So the choices, and Scott said something that I thought was profound. This whole house of cards is going to collapse when we figure out who's going to pay for it. I don't know what the national debt is going to have to be, but at some point, the debt payments, we're concerned about $1 trillion a year for the Defense Department right now. It's not going to be long before we're going to be paying $1 trillion or $2 trillion or $3 trillion a year to service the debt, because of all the wild plans and the wild ideas and the promise to the American people in an effort to buy the election. I remember when Obama was elected, there was a online video of a woman that said, "Oh my goodness, I am so glad that he's been elected because I don't have to pay for my cell phone now." I mean, that pretty much expresses, I'm so glad all these people are going to be elected. I'm going to vote for them is because I don't have to pay for whatever you want to say, because the government's going to provide it to me. Well, who's going to pay for it is going to be the ultimate test, Scott, Gary, and everybody else in the room. And I'll be long gone when it happens. But if you go back to history, you'll find out what happens to the empires when they can't pay for it any longer. We're headed in that direction, and I don't see any improvement.
Thank you, Hanson. We'll go to William, followed by Dave.
Hi. So I think there's one fact that people are missing, and that is that the Democrats really are a big party, and there are people who have joined us from the Republican Party. People like David Jolly down in Florida, Georgia. There are people that have joined, people like George Conway, and they're welcome. George Conway didn't win the congressional race up in Avon, and he was welcome, and nobody gave him a hard time. But they, who are now joining the Democratic Party. It's not, I don't know what the percentages is. I don't have statistics, but I think that is more frequent than I'm going to see in terms of Democratic Socialists. Democratic Socialists may win in a congressional district. They may be popular in certain neighborhoods for real local offices, but I don't see that sweeping the Democratic Party and going nationwide. And you look sort of at the individual districts and see where that flew and why. As for things like minimum wage, $7.25 an hour federally. So if you doubled that, it still wouldn't be a living wage. So if you doubled that federally, that's not a completely radical idea. As far as Medicare for all, Medicare doesn't pay for everything, and people have to buy insurance to supplement the Medicare. So that the insurance companies really are still in the mix. It's just that, if you want expanded services, you may have Medicare paying for certain basic things, but you've got to buy insurance to cover other things or go out of pocket, and that can be bankrupting for a lot of people. So they buy insurance for the most part. So you can expand Medicare or make basic Medicare benefits available up and down the food chain or at an earlier age, and that would be a gradual expansion. And for the ultra rich, really does cause a shortfall in the budget. And so you might see some moderate Democrats suggesting, well, maybe we shouldn't give the ultra rich, the top 1% or the top 3%, these super big tax breaks. Maybe there should be a graduated tax that takes into account that some people have more than they can spend in 100 lifetimes. But that's not like putting a tax on everyone. It's just making people pay more of their fair share. The ideas of a moderate Democrat to raise the Medicare contribution levels from like, what is it, 500,000 now, where it cuts off? I don't know the exact number, but raise that up to 750,000, and that would make Medicare solvent for decades. If the chip in was higher for the wage earners earning up on the first $750,000, you contribute to Medicare as opposed to just the first $500,000. So those are to a socialist country. And in fact, we have a mixed economy. We have mixed elements of socialism and Scott is right about grooming in West Philadelphia. You might have some people with bad grooming, that don't represent the party as a whole, and they certainly wouldn't fit in on the Upper West Side or Harlem or anywhere else in Manhattan. And I'm not as familiar with Brooklyn, but maybe there's a place there. But it's also joining the Democratic Party from the Republican Party, expansion of the Democratic Party, and I think the Republicans coming in may offset the Democratic Socialists. I have no statistics to back it up, but that's just an observation.
So you suggest that this is like there are outliers and they're not going to take control of the party. And I'm wondering, William, whether your Tea Party days, when that was first brought to our attention in the public realm, whether your assessment about them not taking over the Republican Party was the same as your assessment that the Democratic Socialists are not going to take over the Democratic Party.
I don't see them as being broadly popular. They may take over some congressional seats. They may take over some individual
Right,
cities.
but that wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you whether your assessment of the Tea Party / MAGA at its inception was the same. Did you reckon that they would never take over the Republican Party?
I didn't actually have an opinion on it back then, one way or the other. I just saw that they morphed in MAGA, and then they included QAnon and some other.
All right. So how is this different from that?
It's different because hot air and making promises like Mondami that he can't keep. Then that's gonna detract from his appeal in the long run if he promises stuff that he doesn't have the power to
happen in the inception of the Tea Party / MAGA movement?
Well,
it did. The exact thing that's happening on the liberal wing happened to the Republicans, literally almost verbatim.
I don't see it being
the wings of each party are becoming more popular.
I don't see the wings of the Democratic Party taking over the center. I don't think that they have.
Right, I know you made that point, but that wasn't the question. But thank you for it anyway.
Why do you say? I
answered the question several ways, and you didn't actually answer it directly, and that's fine. You're not on the witness stand, and you're not going to help.
My answer is no, but I don't see it happening. But
no, I know you don't see it happening. I'm asking you, what are the market differences between what happened to the Republican Party and what may be happening to the Democratic Party? I'm asking you to back up your point. I'm not arguing that your point is wrong. I'm asking you to back it up, and you're not answering what I'm asking. So I'm going to move on to Dave, followed by Leaping.
When I look at who are the people joining DSA after 2024, I would say many come from the campus-wide protester, right? And that constitute about 80 to 85% surge in membership. So who are these people, and how do the world look at this DSA? Basically, they constitute the continuation of useful idiot joining DSA, repurpose DSA into useful idiot, and therefore makes sense why Mandani said he want to arrest Netanyahu, not for the American people. These are for the 2 billion Muslim out there and say, look, we managed to turn a reputable democratic party, repurpose it to be a useful idiot fraction of democratic party for the purpose of increasing in 21st 2025, who chanted free Palestine after murder 2 Jewish diplomats. And now in this new platform, they increase the hate among the American population, who is hating, who is have a lot of rage because of the war in Iran, because they have the Trump's rage syndrome, join DSA. When you have so much rage, then you are legitimate to kill anybody look like Charlie Kirk. That's the whole platform, useful idiot in American platform.
Let me ask you a question so I fully understand your point and tell me if I'm getting it wrong. Are you suggesting that all of these domestic issues, the populist issues that people are quick to embrace of the Democratic Socialists of America is subterfuge because their real agenda is to support Islamic extremism? Is that what you are arguing?
Against America, as you point out, right? Against America, right? You need to stop Trump from winning. You need to keep on putting pressure on Israel, and anything that make Trump look good, like ICE and everything, lump up all this agenda into DSA and continue to force no war. Peace immediately, and then the war will continue in the Middle East. So who will win eventually? Who will be losing eventually? The American.
So again, am I going too far in my questioning about they are really supporting Islamic fundamentalism? That's not the point you're making then, right? Or is it?
I mean, for the American, they will not think as far as you. They still think, oh no, it's still Democrat.
Right, but I'm asking you if that's their hidden agenda. Are you arguing that that's their hidden agenda? Because I'm hearing an allusion to that, and I want to know whether that's what you're actually arguing.
Okay, who? I say yes, because who are crazy enough to say arrest Netanyahu and make it a political showcase? Who is crazy enough to do this? And you already point out it's totally make no sense. You spend so much of your cognitive ability to say no makes sense. For them, it's total sense. For who? For the 2 billion Muslim out there.
Thank you for that, Dave. I just wanted to make sure I understood you. Leaping, followed by Edward.
Hey, what's up, Gary? What's up? Leaping real quick is my Native American indigenous name. It's Leaping Barry Aldadega. Just call me Greg, though. That's my legal name, Greg. First of all, I'm a centrist. Left, right, a little bit of both. The fact that the people, most people are worried about the Democratic Socialists, they have no reason to be. I mean, even in its infancy when Obama was first elected, because Bernie Sanders was way out to the left, and he drew some of them in to spark this so-called movement, and it'll be certain boroughs, certain districts, that's all it's going to be. People are making it big to do nothing. What we ought to be worried about is going either to the extreme right or to the extreme left. That's why I try to keep to the center if possible. Sometimes you have to choose the devil over the next devil. What I think is 2028, everything will change. It won't go to the point of democratic socialism.
Thank you for that, Glenn. We'll go to Edward, followed by Rambo.
Mr. Edward, you there?
Edward. We'll go to Rambo.
Hey, good evening, Gary, everyone. I've been listening to the conversation. Is there a question that you want me to onboard on, Gary?
Well, the question is the Democratic Party taking a hard turn to the left? What do you think?
I think it's fractional. I think they don't have motion. The Mandamis of the world don't have enough volume at a national level. I think the Mandamis will exist in regions like New York, and other places, in other cities. But by and large, I don't think that politic is going to take a hold in Middle America. And we knew, at least I pondered this question 2 years ago. What is the new? Because the outrage or the way people feel about the Trump administration and it being an authoritarian regime, right? The MAGA party piggybacking off of Republicans and then eventually taking hold of the party now, right? And then the Democrats finally getting the backbone, right? So the question I posed was, what's going to come of this? Like, will there be a new party that will emerge and be a centrist, more of a centrist party? Because the only difference in a lot of this was certain issues that I'm not going to get into, certain divisive issues and on policies were the divide that made a lot of Democrats vote Republican in 2024, right? Certain key issues that meant so much to a group of Democratic and independent voters that they went ahead and voted for the Republicans. So to answer the question above, I don't think it's taking a hard turn to the left. I think it's going to continue to morph. I think this hard left that we look at as they branch out and seek votes from Middle America, I think their platform will soften a little. I think it'll be a little more malleable, and they will try to find a sweet spot somewhere along the way in order to and I looked at this, and he had people from all different hues in his background, and I said, that is a play. He's going national, because that was, basically the White House desk, right? And the way the imagery of it, and some of you may have seen it, it just made me think that this guy's he's going national. So that's my contribution. I land.
So assuming, Rambo, for the moment that your assessment is accurate, that these are just little outlying anomalies in communities that are more receptive to the message. Clearly, the Republicans are already trying to convince the voters that this is the direction of the Democratic Party as a whole. How do the Democrats counter that argumentation?
I'm glad you asked that. I know when I reacted and I said that, because I remember the next day after his victory, the sudden rush by Republicans on the news circuit. They saw a threat. Republicans and MAGA Republicans saw a threat, and they're so good at seeing a potential threat and responding to it with new talking points for its members. And so the word communism is a trigger word. And so they're using that trigger word, and you guys have heard the rhetoric. They're launching investigative parties, and they're monitoring them, and they're calling them violent. They're doing all of these things. They're not even giving it a chance to take hold. So yeah, I'm glad you did mention that. I think the Republican Party sees it as a threat, and they're acting as if it is a serious threat. They're not letting that seed get any roots. I hope that answers your question a little bit.
But yeah, I think the fact is that the Democrats don't like being labeled communists, and the Republicans don't like being labeled fascist, right? Thanks, Rambo. Let's go to Sue, and we'll try Edward again. Sue.
Hey, Sue, you there? Sue.
I'm sorry,
Here,
guys.
Sue.
I
Here
didn't
we
mean
are.
to go on
Here
stage.
we are.
I didn't mean to go on stage. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, you're here. Edward, are you there?
To see you, Abby.
Now we can hear you, Mr. Edward. How you doing?
Hey, Mr.
Best day of my life. Good to see you.
Good to see you,
yes.
Mr. Edward.
Yeah, I do personally think that they've taken a hard left for several reasons. Number one, when you say you want to take away our borders, you want to take away the police, you want to change capitalism, you want the public sector to own, like what they're trying to do with the rent thing in New York. I just think that they are gone left. They're not a political party, but they're a pretty big body of people that's changing the way we see, whether it's the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution. They're pretty far away from it. That's just my observation of the things I've heard.
And what effect do you think, Edward, they have on, in reality, the Democratic Party, and secondly, with regard to perception about the Democratic Party?
Have a big effect because obviously some of the strong Democrats who've been there have lost their seats, which is very sad. Obviously, they're still not pro-Constitution or pro-America. And I think the perception, and this is where young people come in, especially young people, they're fond of socialism, they're fond of all these different things, because most of them probably were given the illusion in the last 40 years that America or colonialism has been a problem, versus them being responsible. Like, I ask young people, my son's 41, my daughter's 35, I always ask them and their friends, what do you hold to be self-evident, right? I don't think asking a Democratic socialist or a Democrat, what do they hold to be self-evident, is very hard for them to answer that question, Gary. And I think that perception by itself is that they think that there's a government body that's going to bail them out of something, which doesn't exist at all. There's nobody coming to our rescue. That's how I see it.
Thank you, Edward. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
I'm still debating of whether or not to have a woman like leaning over a tiny casket. For the background of this video, I'm really mad at John, so I'm trying not to be too, harsh when I do this. So.
Not a First Amendment matter because he's mayor.
Yeah, and Brennan is also recognizing the ICC, which the U.S. does not recognize. That he is conducting foreign policy, saying that he agrees with the ICC and he's going to act on whatever warrant they have for Netanyahu.
I mean, again, we kind of have to break it into what he said before and then what he said last night. Because before, he was definitely interfering and they could have picked his ass up. Afterwards, he is still over the line because he is the executive officer of the city of New York. If he did not hold that job and he wasn't making that statement as a press briefing as mayor, you could maybe have an argument, but he does not have the same
That's the crazy thing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Florida.
fucking, I want to see a swamp puppy.
So if you're gonna go to
Comrade, are you saving the world right now?
No, it's
You're not though. But should we take you seriously, comrade? You're such a serious person.
Comrade, what do you think abstractions are? What's the right way?
Trying to say that the concepts that describe natural phenomenon, the concepts themselves are abstractions, and that is not what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about the physical processes themselves, and the physical processes themselves are not abstractions, right?
I know, which is why I kept distinguishing between the abstraction, illogical, or electronic correlates.
The words that we use have meaning.
I know.
Are assigned to things in subjects. The subjects,
unless they're abstractions.
Words are abstractions.
Words are abstractions.
Are physical phenomena. And I'm sorry.
Words aren't physical phenomena unless you write them down, I guess.
Phenomenon. Qualia, as you described it, is a specific phenomenon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
not a physical
that living
phenomenon.
things that are able to
That's the problem you're having.
You're smuggling that in. You have to prove that.
I'm not smuggling it.
You don't know what qualia even is.
It doesn't.
It's not even. You want to know? You want to know what's crazy? One of the main features of qualia is that it's non-physical. So how can it be a physical phenomenon, comrade? Riddle me this.
Oh, that's false.
It literally is in the definition because it's in the definition.
Qualia is just hold on, Leon. Qualia is just the what it's like part of your subjective experience. Nowhere in that definition does it mean. I don't care about the abstraction stuff. The thing that I'm disputing, I don't know why you keep undertalking. I'm not fucking comprehending. Okay, you're not correcting shit. You're just fucking wrong. So what I was gonna say is the qualia is the what it's like part of your experience. Okay, there's nothing in there that dictates that it must necessarily be non-physical or physical. Okay, that's
so the what's it like part is physical. That makes sense to you? Really?
The what it's like part
is physical.
What about that tells us that it necessarily must be non?
Yes. The what's it like part is physical? What is how much does the what's it like part weigh? How big is it? How extended is it? What color is it?
No, we get it. It's a causal physical.
It's an abstraction, guys. Like
it is not a fucking abstraction.
Okay, so then why is it in the definition? Okay, why is it in the definition? Oh wait.
It's not in the definition. What are you talking about?
Literally.
Where's your definition?
You want me to read it? It's in the chat.
Are you going to read Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy? Because I've read that.
Exactly,
It doesn't say that.
exactly where it
that's
is.
one interpretation of what qualia is.
So
that's what
you have
you're.
a different definition. You haven't provided any definitions. The fuck? You want to read it to you or not?
Go
Go read it. Tell me where it says
Cool.
that the definition of qualia. Okay, well you can just wait until I'm fucking done, Black, or you can do what happened last time and I kicked your ass out of the fucking room for being a scumbag. Alright, I don't know. This is not your house, bro. Okay. Go ahead and read your definition, and if it doesn't say that qualia is necessarily non-physical, then you're
Okay, it doesn't say necessarily. It says it's not physical, which is what I said. It said. So don't change my words and move the goalpost. But here's what it says. It's in the first.
Now you're just being dishonest because you did say that it is necessarily non-physical. That's
No,
what you said.
I just said it was non-physical. Don't lie.
You quite literally interrupted me to say it is.
Do you want to put this to a vote? You want to put this to a vote?
Saying everybody consensus is not a good measure. Let's just move on.
When I described that one senses were necessary, even experience fucking qualia. You literally said that. Stop being a fucking dickhead.
No, I didn't. All I said was that if you're not bitch made, you want to bet.
How are you gonna prove it though?
We have the recording in the room.
Really?
You to read the thing that proves you wrong or no?
It's okay. We can move on. Let's go.
That's fine. What's up, T? How's it going?
So I'm not allowed to read it now?
You've already conceded defeat. What's up, man?
How are you?
No, I didn't. I told you what I said, and I was about to prove it.
You misspoke. It's okay.
Right.
We're moving on.
So wait,
I just want to interject one
just to
second.
be clear.
Just move on from this shitty point. Jesus Christ.
I guess.
I wasn't here before, Elliot, but Black. Are you a dualist, or I'm assuming you think that consciousness?
Hey, look, it's Abe, the little bitch Abe. Look at this. He's here with us. This is so we're not gonna do that here, Roy.
I'm not a dualist now.
I think we need more gasoline, Elliot.
Wait, oh, go for it, Abe.
What are you disagreeing with Elliot about when he talks about the consciousness is physical?
Consciousness is physical. He was talking about qualia as being physical, not consciousness. I was saying that qualia is definitionally not physical. It's like one of its defining features in the literature.
Oh, so you just again stated what you said you did not say.
What did I state?
You said that it is definitionally non-physical, which means it's
I didn't deny that I said that.
non-physical.
What I denied that I said was that it was necessarily, because you guys lied.
Fucking God. If it is definitionally non-physical, that means it's necessarily non-physical.
No, it doesn't mean that. Those are not anonymous terms. The fuck?
Are we just going to say words don't mean what they mean?
That's right. We're gonna fight with dictionaries. Let's move on.
No, bro. Definitionally does not mean the same thing as necessarily. That's something you
fuck
read
it anyway, the point is this. The point is this, Black.
Like, you already lost this debate. I don't know why you're going back into it, but go ahead. Sorry.
The point is this. When you say qualia, right? You're just taking a word from the philosophical literature, right?
I am.
There are plenty of neuroscientists who don't even accept this word qualia.
That's
so
true.
Thank you. So you seem like mighty attached to it, but instead of arguing about the word qualia, why don't we talk about whether qualia are even real?
I mean, we could, but I was interested in the concept, and I was just trying to make sure we knew what it meant, so that people like comment and Elliot were saying dumb shit about it would stop saying dumb shit.
You think that insects don't have brains? Stop.
No, I don't. I simply asked if bees had brains. You said yes, and I said
you asked them.
I never said they didn't.
Brains. You should
I didn't know
other people's intelligence.
And I don't know if praying mantises have brains.
That's insane. That is insane. They have fucking. Oh my God.
Okay. But there's a lot of things I don't know. Unlike you, I'm willing to admit it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know something.
What do you mean, unlike you, dude? Like,
we're pretending like we know what qualia was.
Pull something stupid out of your ass to claim that I don't have understanding of it. We're literally having a conversation about what results from the perception of living things. You didn't even know fucking insects have brains.
Okay. I mean, it's not the win you think it is, but okay, you win knowing.
It's embarrassing. Are you fucking serious?
Not really.
People are muted are probably laughing at you.
Okay.
Where's Lisa?
You didn't know the jellyfish.
Yeah, Wisdom needs to come up on stage.
I do know that
Wisdom. Please save us with
fucking idiots.
You do now.
No, I've been there. What the fuck?
All right, bro.
All right. right, can you guys just give it a rest? Can we hear from Abe? Abe is actually a very level-headed person. Abe, what else did you want to say?
Yeah, let's let somebody else talk too.
Yeah, because what you're saying is fucking dumb. You want to talk about the meta and shit, okay? But Abe doesn't want to.
You don't even know what I'm saying because you don't know what I'm talking about. But that's fine.
You're just wasting time at this point. You're wasting everybody's time by continuing the super discussion. Let's hear from Abe.
I said let's hear from Abe. I'm in agreement with you guys. You just fucking crazy. Listen, Abe wants to talk.
Yeah,
and you're still talking. But wow.
I guess I'll wait for Abe then.
Yeah, sure. The point is that there are two basic ways you can approach this phenomenon. One, you can approach it from a medical perspective, like a neurologist, a biologist, people who sprain, and then they talk about what we found. The other way is philosophers who, in my opinion, basically either sit around on like their couches just hypothesizing, or the good philosophers basically bootstrap off the scientists who they look at their literature, their work, their experiments, and then they start philosophizing based on that. So what I'm trying to point out is there's an asymmetry here when it comes to delving into consciousness and qualia and all the words that you seem to like exist. And all I'm saying is I think the matter needs to be researched and adjudicated by the people who are actually looking and experimenting with the brain, not philosophers who just make up words and then stick to them, and they don't really have any like empirical basis.
And what do the expert neurobiologists say about qualia?
Expert biologists don't use the word qualia.
Exactly.
Well, we have Wisdom down in the audience. If only he would come up. Wisdom, please.
Wisdom's above the riffraff, though.
Word. They need to invent a word, because if they don't invent it, they basically have nothing to do.
Scientists invent words too, but okay.
But no,
The inventing of word doesn't mean anything. Like scientists do it too, biologists do it all the time.
No, scientists, they make up words when they are well motivated on the basis of empirical findings. That's when they make up words. Philosophers just make up words just to be able to.
Some of them, not the scholarly ones, but you're not wrong. Like there are a lot of philosophers who are bad.
No, I'm not wrong. They are.
But you have a pejorative stereotype of philosophers. That's not true. Actually, most of the modern philosophers don't do what you're saying, but it's fine. You just like science over philosophy, which is fine. I get it. It's your preference, and I don't even disagree that much because I think a lot of philosophers are full of shit, to be honest. So.
So why did you get taken in by their bullshit that you're reading about qualia?
The irony is that Bro started the stuff about qualia, not me. The fact that you came in here and blamed me without knowing what happened is kind of awkward and not very scientific. Is
No, I'm saying you started the room. I'm just saying that you talked about qualia.
I was talking about qualia because Bro wanted to talk about qualia.
Okay, but it's irrelevant. You believe in qualia.
I believe in qualia.
You think they're real?
I think they're real. Okay.
I mean, do you? I'm asking you. Do you think qualia are real?
I don't have an opinion on whether qualia are real. Actually, I was just defining it in the literature because that's what Pro wanted to talk about.
Synesthesia makes me think it is real, and even more weird than we realize.
It's something I had discussions about because I was a philosophy major in college. So that's all. I was just trying to have a discussion about it, not take a position on its fucking I don't know, bro. It's existential status or whatever, like metaphysical status.
Now, if you had to bet your money on it, do you think qualia are real or that consciousness is?
I mean, I guess it would depend on what you mean by it. The thing that I think is obviously real is like people have subjective experiences of things. That's kind of what people are getting at when they say qualia. So other than that, I don't take a position. I don't know. People say weird shit about qualia that I disagree vehemently with. I don't want to be tied to that shit. So that's about it. That's about all I have to say about qualia.
We also have some other people join the stage, so if somebody else wants to.
Let's have.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I just joined the room.
Could you just say once? You broke up a sec. Can you just say what is the one thing you said you for sure know?
What I know are real is that people have subjective experiences, and that's kind of what people are getting at when they talk about qualia. Also, there's a bunch of weird shit that people say about qualia that I do not agree with. So I'm not trying to like lump myself in with the weirdos on qualia. But if all you mean by qualia is that people have a kind of subjective what's it like to be experience of things in the world, I'm cool with that. I think that that's not that spooky.
You know,
Yeah, I don't think it's spooky either. I think it's also
You guys
it's
converge to the same midpoint in the end. This is insane.
You know that if inputs are finite, that the subjective experience can repeat, right?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, there's many ways to slice this. That's right.
Should probably carry that with you.
Has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but
I mean,
a fun fact, I guess. I don't know why you keep interjecting that vision into the conversation.
Suture, you wanted to say something? You're open mic, Suture or Deepak?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I just sort of stepped into the conversation, and I was just trying to get my head around what the disagreement is. I thought that qualia generally just meant some subjective conscious experience, and I just wanted to see what the disagreement was broadly.
Well, I think what T brought up is that it could be the case that there actually isn't any qualia. That there's stuff like relativism. There's what else is there? Like there's illusionism. These are real theories of mind that are like the serious philosophers and people with PhDs in the relevant fields think is the case. So we should take it seriously. And it is germane to the room title, the qualia of the flag. I don't know.
I actually, Elliot, I actually am an eliminativist.
What's up, Sutra?
Hi, Carlos. How are you?
Hey, I didn't know Sutra was trying to say something like
It sounded like flushing water to me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm driving. I'll try and meet up with the two.
Driving in a toilet is crazy.
Hey, what does that mean when you say you're a limitivist? Is that right?
Yeah.
Like about consciousness, about what? Can you have that kind of position about what is that? Can you talk about what that entails? I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure. So eliminativism. Sorry, Elliot. What was the word you used before? What was it? Is it eliminative?
Illusionism.
Illusionism. Yeah. So I don't know as much about illusionism, but eliminativism I'll talk about because I actually am. So eliminativism is basically just like, it's the idea that our common ways of talking about things doesn't actually correspond to scientific, reality. So I'll give an example. In the olden days, people used to use the word angry. So like if you were in the 13th century and someone said, I'm angry. So we understand kind of what that means. But the word anger, it doesn't apply in the layman's terms, the way they use it. It's not really what anger is. Nowadays, when we research it scientifically, anger is actually a bunch of biochemical responses in your body and brain. It has to do with adrenaline, cortisol, your heart rate increases. Like that's all those physical things are actually what anger is. So basically the layman's definition of anger got eliminated under, more scientific inquiry. And the idea of
We can't hear you, Deepak. Your mic sucks.
This is wrong as usual.
Yeah, that's not accurate. So let me just finish and then you can respond. So the point is, Leon. Yeah. So the point is that also, like, we've eliminated a bunch of other stuff, like in history. There used to be like the ether in physics, where they thought that everything's moving through an ether. We eliminated that once we understood that like light can travel in a vacuum. So the point is that the idea is that we have historical precedent that every time we learn more about the universe, our old layman's terms that people use to describe certain phenomenon becomes eliminated, and we no longer use it anymore. So in the context of consciousness, the idea is that even the words we use when we use qualia or consciousness, those things will be eliminated in the same way we eliminated ideas about the ether, or in biologists, remember before we knew about like evolution and stuff, We thought that there was like the vital life force that was animating everything. That got eliminated once we understood biology and chemistry. So
Yeah, like,
that's just the basic idea about eliminativism.
Oh, okay. So, but you, like, it wasn't clear when you described it. You do think that like anger is like an okay shorthand for all of that stuff. Like, it's still a usable. It still fits like, or like, when we use it and we're describing what's happening with someone, even though we're not describing like the set of like physical processes precisely, we're still like indicating something that has some like value for helping us understand what's going on.
For layman, I think you're probably right. Which remains, in the, I don't know, for peasant form, when peasants say I'm angry, it works. But the point is that if someone starts claiming, if like the 13th century peasant would start claiming anger is like something special or it's non-physical, how could you get angry if it was physical? It has to be non-physical. That would be a claim that we could easily eliminate by understanding the biological substrates that are, making up anger. So the idea is that, So the idea is just that when we understand the brain more deeply, even the word consciousness is kind of going to be eliminated, and we're not going to need it. Like when people say consciousness, they're using it as a shorthand for brain processes that are currently too complex for us to fully grasp.
But why would we stop using it? I don't know why we stop, because like you're when you talked about the ether, that's like a very, I don't even think that relates, because even though we may understand, like we have a complete understanding of consciousness, we may still use like these terms because they still have like some type of pragmatic like fit for how we interrelate as humans, like on like the the whole social realm. Like, wouldn't that be the case? Like, okay, we can like change the underlying or like the exact like definition for the thing, and maybe like eliminate it in the sense that we now like understand whatever like the referent is, but we can still like use it at the social level, and we can still like indicate things with it, and it can still have some use value that's like important for like how we like need to understand each other or like interact or like carry on social processes, right? Like that's the thing when you say eliminate, I'm like, oh, what does that mean? With the ether, that makes sense. You can eliminate that because we have a use. It doesn't really have any use value anymore. Like, what's its use value? It doesn't have a use value. We replaced it with something, with
when I say to be
Michael Morley or whatever. Is that
to be fair? To be fairly honest, when I say eliminate, I'm not saying eliminate from everyday usage in language, even though it might be. But what I'm arguing for is when people are making unwarranted philosophical claims on the basis of these words.
I follow you. Okay, I get it. So I'm just trying to understand this better. Maybe it's my lack of understanding, but when you say that we understand anger, so we understand that anger is caused by various hormonal states and a release of things like adrenaline, like you talked about, like epinephrine raising cortisol levels, and various biochemical reactions in the brain. But even if we were to recreate those sorts of things, and those sorts of things are similar in other emotional states, right? So those same sorts of biochemical reactions are very similar in states like anxiety. So even if we were to recreate those specific biochemical reactions, we wouldn't be able to recreate the emotion of anger itself, right? So I'm just wondering how you get to that point.
When you say recreate in what? In your own brain and another brain? What do you mean recreate?
So, like, we understand that, the emotion we feel in anger is rooted in various biochemical reactions, which are very similar to other states. So the biochemical processes which produce anger are very similar to the biochemical processes which produce anxiety. So what's the thing which differentiates those, right? If you have the same biochemical processes, which then the output is a actually palpably different emotion, how do you account for that difference?
That's an interesting question. What's the cocktail of neurotransmitter proportions and signals and all these other dynamics? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Up to what multiple is it unique? I guess is an ancillary question to the room. Like, how similar can our colors be? And when you throw something in like synesthesia, what happens then? Because in my perspective, sorry, go ahead.
I say I have synesthesia, and I mean, you know, there's only one color I see that does not occur in nature, and I don't see it outside of the fucking hallucinatory, you know, reactions that I have to stimuli. But I mean, okay, I happen to have this, you know, visual translation that I can't describe to anyone else. Okay, that's fine. Sure. I guess we can say that is an aspect of qualia. But who is to say that the manner my brain is physically configured has only happened in the sense of myself, right? So if we say that, then, you know, it is quite possible that somebody else also experiences this weird gray-blue glowing string when they hear a specific sound, right? That can't be described because there's no point of reference to the universe, right? Outside of themselves. But we can't prove that, right? You know, it's just whatever. There's a limited amount of ways that my brain can interpret things, and you know, because of that, it's probable that somebody else out of the billions and billions of other people may also experience the same.
Yeah, I mean, all I would say to you, Suture, is that the brain is like incredibly complex, especially when we compare it to like other organs in the body. Are the most complex organ by far. So the point is, I understand that it's going to be difficult to fully understand the brain, because like for us to fully understand the heart, we kind of fully understand the heart. It's like pretty simple. It's made out of like muscle. It pumps blood. It oxygenates it. It's fairly easy. We've mapped it all out. Whereas the brain is not just like hundreds of billions of connections in a neural network. They're like constantly changing, and they're like rewiring and reshaping, and like it's not even a static organ in the same way as the heart in many ways. So yeah, of course it's going to be difficult to pin down when you say, okay, how much like neurotransmitters or dopamine fires before someone's like relaxed or happy versus the cortisol when they're stressed or angry or something. I don't know, these are good questions, but all I'm saying is we do have the basic architecture to understand your brain and what makes people angry to some degree. The fact that we can't yet like quantify that in a predictable way, I think that has to do more with the complexity of the brain rather than like some idea of philosophy that either consciousness is qualia or non-physical or something like that.
Yeah, and the room chat posted a study from 2025 that actually addresses this, and they found something like, hey, if you don't have this rod length for your vision, you literally don't have that pattern. That pattern is unique up to a detectability in fMRI studies. So I think it still comes down to why. So if we go away from color, talk about sweetness. So why is the like molecule of sugar sweet? Shouldn't it just be nourishing or energizing rather than have this particular thing that you're chasing? The sweetness, is that the same sweetness that I taste as you do when you eat it?
It's probably similar. I don't know if it's exactly the same. It's probably similar.
Yeah, and how similar or how unique that is, it might be an artifact of language. At this point, it could be an illusion, but I think there's something accessible about it being a universal experience. So that kind of speaks to the mystery of the nature of reality to consciousness and matter. So it's a good room topic.
Yes, so it's a fascinating thing with it. say is how many levers can you pull? Like I was speaking to that same thing earlier, I know too. Like why color is even color? Like you can imagine somebody's color might not be color at all. When we think of it, we still agree that we're seeing red when we see red. Even that thing is hard to figure out. You know, like
it sneaks up on you.
Yeah. Obviously, my sweet could be your sour, but it doesn't even have to be what we consider taste at all. You would never know that thing either. I mean, I think you have a better way to figure it out.
Well, I'll give you an example from my surgery. They removed part of my tongue, so everything now is just overall sweeter. I've lost like the spice the landscape has become simpler. Everything is more sweet. Even things that I didn't think were sweet before now are sweet.
Yeah. So that brings up the interesting question of it, and I said this earlier to Black. It's like when you lose color, we're color blind, and we're basically in shades of gray. What is the shades of gray for every sort of quality of thing we're talking about is very interesting. And what does that tell you? You know, like what is the base condition? What's the 0 and 1? You know what I mean? Is really that's it. And then all those things that get filled in between, it even seems arbitrary what you're filling it in with, and like what levers you can pull from to, hey, the brain figures out I have this thing that can make you think sweet, make you think sour, but what the hell is that thing? That's fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think so. So it's a really great point that Mayo brings up actually, and it shows us that, and we know this. So we know that different people when they taste certain things have different affinities to them, and we've actually tied this to various genes, right? So there are certain gene mutations where if people have a certain gene mutation, they find things like chocolate more addictive. So they find it more difficult, palpably, to give up things like chocolate because the way their brain responds to it is completely different. And so if we're, I don't know, I think that it's hugely simplistic to say that the brain obviously is a hugely complex organ, but actually we know a hell of a lot about neuroanatomy. We know exactly, which parts of the brain are responsible for various sensory inputs that we have. We have various parts of the brain which are responsible for the motor outputs that we have, and we're using technology now to map onto those things, right? But to say that it's going to be reducible to simple inputs and outputs, I think is overly simplistic, because we know that even if you give multiple people the same inputs, the way they experience those in their subjective experience is palpably different. So we can't just say that this is reducible to inputs and outputs, right? That's just overly simplistic.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah, well, it could still be. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Same thing I was going to say. You can say it. I was just going to say the very last part there. You don't know if it could be not reducible to inputs and outputs, but it might not be. But it's very difficult to say that.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, to make the positive claim, it is possible that the reason it seems more difficult than it is because, for example, Sam Harris talked about these type of studies that have been done. For example, like if you get up in the morning and you suddenly feel like some pain in your biceps, and you're like, oh my god, like what's wrong with me? And like it's kind of like a burning pain, and it's tight, and you're scared or anxious or want to go to the doctor, because that's what your brain interprets. Whereas if you take the exact same pain and burning, and then we put you in the context of you in the gym lifting weights, you're fine with it. And you even like get excited about it. You're like, oh, I'm having a good workout. This is gonna make me stronger. So our perception of our sensations is actually influenced by a lot of stuff. Your experience, your environment, stuff like that. So it could be the case that it is just inputs and outputs. It's just the inputs and outputs are so complex that they just defy our current computational ability.
I just want to say that in both of those scenarios, the person was having a heart attack and they died. If they were like, oh, it's okay, I'm in the gym. And still has.
When Black first came in the room, I was just sitting in a room by myself on a bike. And, where I was going with it is kind of like what I put in the overhead jumbotron thing here. Like, getting away from the reason I was trying to stay away from, like, this is because I know there'll be one camp that goes to philosophy. I know Black relates to philosophy, another camp that goes to the neurosciences, and so on and so on.
for discussions. I agree.
Yeah. Just trying to be like, what are you generally thinking without citing references at this point? Like just coming down, right? And getting at the essence of the idea, right? Of that. And admittedly, we have ingested all of consumed our own, information from various sources. But if we're going to agree generally with the, we get into wave particle duality, all that kind of stuff, when we say there isn't really much to the whole physical thing, right? Like I'm going to skip past the lesson, assume everybody knows what we're talking about here. If there isn't really much to the physical thing, what is it when we say physical? And if it isn't this piece of qualia in the brain doing all the heavy lifting, because it's like at the end of the day, kind of like we're talking about the redness of red, like we're picking and choosing from these electrical impulses that are also picking and choosing from the waves of electromagnetism, so to speak. Dumbing it down again, just keeping it simple. It's like, well, what are we really doing, right? And it does get interesting wherever you want to go with it, whether you're in the Matrix or anything like that, in terms of what you think that all means, right? If everything is just, I'm also doing some work just, right? If everything is just, waves and electromagnetism, so to speak, or fundamental forces, whatever, what does that say about everything that there is? That's super fascinating. I don't think anybody necessarily has, the right answer, so to speak. We're going to necessarily go back to, well, I read a thing, but what do you feel right about that? And does that even land with most people?
Sorry, my reception is bad, but thank you, Pro. I guess the point you broke up for me, but just about the point about the different camps. Obviously, I'm firmly in the camp of like the scientists, and to me, I don't like seeing like. And do you know Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic?
Wonderful citation. Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like I said, most of this stuff, I like him. He's good enough. But recently, I don't like the fact that he's kind of like against emergence. He's like, you can't explain how consciousness comes out of the brain. And I don't appreciate this stuff because I really think he just doesn't understand like scientific inquiry. He talked to Sean Carroll. He's obviously like a physicalist or whatever, and I think he schooled him pretty badly in that discussion. But I don't think he understood it. The point is that from a scientific perspective, if you ask us a question like, I don't know, what's an onion made out of? And we say, oh, well, here it is. Here's the first layer. And then we peel back the first layer and the second layer. And eventually we get to the center. And you keep saying, yeah, but what is it? Like, what is the onion made out of? At a certain point, when we've explained all the relevant physical variables, there is nothing more to say. And I feel like philosophers who are intent on, like, there being a mystery somewhere, they're just never going to be happy because they're always just going to say, but what is it? And to me, I feel like if you've peeled away, yeah.
I agree. I do want to give credit, but I do want to give credit to the idea of sort of, that horseshoe philosophy where it's like, well, at some point you do come back around to it. That's very, very close to, well, everything really is pretty damn mysterious, right? And it's like, in other words, if the substrate of everything that we're talking about is that, it's one thing. Like, in other words, if everything is fields and electromagnetism, and that's all there is, that is pretty damn phantasmal, right? At the end of it, no matter how physicalist we want to be with it. I'm being very physicalist in my representation. Black pointed this out correctly, where I'm just saying that physical thing is very, very, very small. Right? Whatever that physical thing is very, very small. I don't have a claim that it's very big, but that itself isn't necessarily magic or woo or wild. It just might be what it is, and what it is we can define as weird because that's what we almost never see. We don't really, we don't see the tiny building blocks. We don't see the quantum realm. We just experience what we experience, and that by itself is fascinating enough.
Yeah, and it might be the case that, for example, the phenomena of qualia only exists at, let's say, this scale of phenomena, in the same way that chemical laws, the laws of chemistry, only exist at the scale of chemistry. We have other laws that are more dominant in a different scale of analysis. So, to me, it's always fascinating because humans find themselves at around the 100-kilogram mark, which is approximately halfway across the scale of the universe. So I don't know if you know this, but halfway between an electron and a star is a human, about 100 kilograms. So it's an interesting place to be because it allows the maximization of complexity.
Yes, I do. Yeah, wonderful.
And Pro, I appreciate that. I've had like conversations with some other friends who are like kind of religious. And I really tried to like understand their perspective because one of them said to me like, "Oh, Abe, like, I can't imagine how like life formed on Earth. Like, it just seems so improbable. I just can't understand. Like, there has to be some explanation. It can't just be chemicals.
Improbable is impossible. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So the point is, from their point of view, they're trying to make sense of how we came to this moment and we're having this conversation talking on computers and phones. And they think that obviously the explanation is like God or something. Whereas I can acknowledge, and they think that takes away the improbability. Whereas it might be the case that the universe is just so large and vast that improbable events happen all the time. It makes it seem crazy for us. But that's only because we don't grasp the sheer magnitude of our reality.
Yeah, it's like 1 in 64 trillion chance, and you're like, yeah, but the universe is quadrillion, quintillion, whatever.
So for us, yeah, it looks crazy. But for the universe, like, look how many.
Bro, are you like just trying to like I just want to make sure I understand. You say like that the mystery could still be there. Because like when you just take to like the world from the perspective of like quantum mechanics or like some I guess like whatever you take to the world just through that kind of like perspective.
Yeah, I would.
Is that it? Is that kind of thing?
I would, but I would just say it in a different order. And you, I think it's your headphones in the back. They're reverberating it. We're all hearing it. But yeah, no, I would say that I wouldn't say it even as phantasmical as that, right? But I would say generally the same thing. I would say that the thing itself, right, has a fascinating quality to it. It doesn't have. It's kind of where T's going with this. It doesn't have to be an impossibility of whatever it is. It's just wild to us because we don't get to see it operating on the day to day. That alone is the thing that whatever the adjective is, if I want to call it like wondrous, cool, whatever that thing is, I'm happy changing the word. But that thing in itself doesn't have to be magic, right? But it can feel magical. And if someone wants to call it magical, cool. If a spiritual person wants to call it spiritual, cool. I don't happen to be very spiritual. I don't happen, at least I don't think I am. I'm not religious. I'm not spiritual. I'm just kind of observing and trying to make sense of things and figuring things out. I can feel a sense of awe because I'm like, that is awesome. Like, that's totally awesome. I think we were able to do that, but I don't ascribe anything to it by default. After that, I'm just not sure. And I think being not sure is just as awesome as people who want to proclaim their certainty. What's going on? What's up, Europe?
What up? I just, it's funny timing. I just watched that the Alex O'Connor talk with Sean Carroll, and it was kind of. I've watched quite a bit of Sean. A lot of Sean Carroll. I watched quite a bit of Alex O'Connor stuff over the years. Not a ton, but I like him. But I found his take on this to be kind of infuriating. There's always this like, yeah, but what does it mean? You know, like what just like he brought up the whole Mary's Room thought experiment, which I kind of hate. Like, well, you know, if she learns everything about red, but then she's gonna learn something when she first sees red. It's like, well, what does that even mean? You can't learn everything about a thing. that's impossible. No one learns everything about a thing by reading about that thing, and then experiencing it. Of course, it's going to be. I don't know. I find that really irritating, and it seems like he's been reading Philip Goff or something like that. Those guys are just loony. Mostly. But I guess the contrast was I normally like that guy, and I don't know what's going on.
I saw that. It was kind of interesting. I think he. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, my original take on him is I did not like him early on, and I gravitated more to him. But there's a lot of takes that he has that I just. But at first, I think it was just I was offset by the personality. But over time, I was like, oh, okay, this is coming.
Wilson is mentioning Frank Jackson. Changed his mind. I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that came up with various thought experiments. And initially, he used it as an argument against physicalism, but he later reversed his position, and now he's a physicalist now.
All right, Sean Carroll mentions that in that talk, right? So that's the guy. Okay.
I think Sean Carroll's answer there was, all the questions that Alice O'Connor had was like, even if you could write down every physical fact about about our subjective experience, like in totality, or even if you could express it in mathematical terms in totality, or something like one of those or both of those. Sean Carroll said, even if you could do that, it still would not produce the experience itself. It kind of doesn't matter. The thing that would produce it is the physical brain doing its thing. That was his take, and I guess he's right about that. I don't know if he's actually answering O'Connor's question.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm just kind of working, but I've been listening the whole time. And damn, Abe just left because I was talking to Abe about this yesterday. Do you guys know who Kastrup is? With a K. Bernardo Bills?
Yeah, I just mentioned him. I find him super. Well, I think he's a dick. He comes across as a dick, and I think his ideas seem just like baloney to me.
So, okay, and it's funny you use the word baloney, because he wrote a book.
I'm using the word on purpose.
Oh, okay, good. So I saw a podcast like a day or two ago between Bernardo Kastrup and Graham Mockney, right? The Graham Mockney is like this Australian atheist philosopher, and it was really interesting because the beginning was really awkward because you had the host introducing both of them, and he introduced both of them as naturalists. Graham Mockney, he's a naturalist. So, and the topic of this debate / discussion was regarding is physicalism versus idealism, because Bernardo Kastrup defends this version he calls analytic idealism. Now it's his own right thing. It's not the idealism of what's this guy's fucking name? One of these German guys or French guys, but it's like this new. It's like this more modern idealism. So the beginning was really awkward because he introduced both of the guests as naturalists, but Graham Mockney's like a naturalist in the kind of standard sense and the more familiar, something like most of us probably, or in where physicalism is pretty prevalent, some version of it at least. Whereas Kastrup is described himself as a naturalist also, but he rejects physicalism. Like Hiro was just saying, he wrote a book called "Physicalism is Baloney" or something like that, and he thinks these mental states, but he's still describing himself. Why I can still kind of take semi seriously as at least hear him out. He described himself as a naturalist, so by that he meant like, yeah, there's no supernatural stuff, so no God, no like just magical substance shit, nothing magical going. World is not physical in it of itself. Like it's not. If you can see the world in it of itself, it wouldn't be this physical shit as we see it. How we see it is through obviously our senses and like what this guy Donald Hoffman called like or like his interface. Exactly, it's his analytic idealism. So
both those guys, natural shit. Both those guys have been on Clubhouse, and I've talked to them.
Yeah. Well, I know.
I those rooms. Which was kind of fun.
I remember.
Donald Hoffman's at least kind of a nice guy, but Kastrup really strikes me as somebody who struggles with mental health issues and is just doing this whole thing as like a hobby project to try to figure out his own weird shit.
So his like analytic idealism is basically saying that like. Really, so he's doing the Donald Hoffman shit that the world just appears to us physical. It's not really actually physical like it's how we think it is. That's just how it appears to us.
Don't you kind of think like, well, duh, like yeah, the nature of reality isn't just the way we see it. Like obviously, like bees see the world,
and the reason
bats see the world, like everything sees. Like fine, but like Hoffman goes a step further and says like no, what you see is wrong. Like, well, no, what you see is like extremely limited, but the idea that it's wrong is to me is silly.
Well, yeah, so they're very related. But this whole fucking preface I just did was because so during this podcast, Kastrup spoke like 75% of the time. Abby maybe spoke 25% of the time, because I was just like Abby. I was just dumbstruck by some of the shit he was saying. Like he was basically posing this. So like as an argument for his analytic idealism, he was posing like this like dichotomy, which I'm trying to think about. Thank God Benjamin left. Where he says. Because of all this quantum theory shit and multiverse and many world stuff, like how some interpretation of quantum mechanics have this many world shit, he basically said like it's either like that his version of quote physicalism, or he actually rejects physicalism because it's either. So the physicalism we think of, the standard one, is true, or the real reality is this analytic idealism, and there's a dichotomy because of the fucking these many world shit. So like because the world, this physical world that we describe at the most fundamental levels in this quantum superposition.
Hey Sam, I think most of us are at least a little bit familiar with Kastrup.
No, but do you guys?
Are you explaining anything to anybody here that we don't
No.
understand?
So it's.
Are you sure?
What do you guys agree that? Because I'll look for the video right now and I'll play a little clip. Do you guys agree there's some kind of like a dichotomy between it's either the world is physical but there's like an infinite number of realities, many world shit, or he's correct, and there's only like the real version of reality is this idealist version. It's how he understands it. He made this dichotomy.
I don't know if many worlds necessarily has to come into it, but it certainly could.
And he even called out Sean Carroll and said some physicalists have bit the bullet, and like Sean Carroll, he starts laughing at Sean Carroll, and he's like, Sean Carroll just freely admits, yes, there was like infinitely many universes and things like that. Hold on,
I think it's a different conversation about whether there's many worlds or not. But if you want to see something fun, look up Castro and Tim Modlin. Did you know that? He was on Kurt John Michael, and it lasted like 5 minutes.
It was like 30 minutes.
It's 30 minutes because Tim Modlin stuck around and kept talking to Kurt, but Castro kind of left in a huff.
Yeah,
it was really, I really enjoyed it.
Are you a Modlin fan?
I'm gonna look for like a clip of when he tries to make this dichotomy. See if you guys understand, because it left me just like left Grandma like.
Do you guys like Modlin?
I do, or I did, but then at some point I don't feel like, where are you going? Like he doesn't quite seem to. I mean, but I often get frustrated because I feel like he starts off somewhere interesting and then never gets there. But what's your objection? I'm curious.
Similar. I feel like there's not a lot of substance whenever he's actually speaking that is like sort of common knowledge. That's just kind of the only thing. I feel like there's a lot of fluffery. And I hate to agree with Benjamin because, the ire of Benjamin is but I feel like he's always reserved and he's never going to say the thing that matters. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, it's sort of, the reason I said it's sort of like we do is like, it starts out like it's going to go somewhere. He never gets it. Just like, all right, you told me nothing new and I didn't need to watch you or listen to you or read.
Yeah, Donald Huffing's interesting for that reason, because he's actually like trying to use new vocabulary and all these other things and making predictions. So his most recent stuff with the at least reality as being like a headset, and everybody has a different headset. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Kind of more colloquial language. Maybe the next generation will think of it more instead of just qualia. So it's an interesting problem because he's also operationalizing it and then trying to cross-pollinate, I guess, with Michael Levin's work. So that was an interesting, if you want to watch lecture on Hoffman stuff recently, that's the one to check out.
I like Levin a lot.
I make sure you vote in the next mayoral election.
I will, but right now I just want to enjoy the silence.
Reality isn't real, or whatever. Like it's a good book.
Like, look at it this way: what's in a recipe?
What does that even mean? Like, reality is real. It's a word, right? Like those are vacuums. Like,
so what I'm saying is, if you read like a philosophy book, what you're really doing is cooking up a recipe for yourself. But cookbook is cooking up a recipe that you're going to ingest and then defecate the next morning. One of them stays with you, the other one doesn't.
Well, there's a difference between what you call red and what somebody might sense as red, or somebody, if they're colorblind, they'll have a different red stamp, for example.
There's a lot to say about it, but red is red.
Yeah, that's what Hoffman does.
The bigger question is, does real
when I ask you,
I don't think it does.
Exactly. We're smuggling in a lot of stuff. That's why it says.
Would you say sameness?
Does real imply sameness? Like, in other words, it can be real for you, real for me, and they're not the exact same thing, right? Like, there doesn't have to be, obviously it's the same thing we're saying, my red doesn't have to be your red.
Like, how much does the apple exist compared to freedom?
No, when pushed on Clubhouse, does the moon exist when you're not looking at it? Often it's like, well, I would say no.
I would say yes.
Oh yeah, so it's like, fuck you. You're just goofing around. Like, if you say shit like that,
but it's when you say I would say no. And sorry, my food is not wearing a seatbelt. When you say no, it feels like, ironically, saying no is making a positive claim. That's what it feels like to me, right? It's like, wait a minute, you're actually doing the thing that is like sort of a claim that you need evidence for. Like, I don't feel like
I need evidence for a thing that I already have evidence of just because my eyeballs left. Like, that's all I'm saying, right? I feel like that a third party could look at the moon, and that is a way around the answer. When I'm gone, well, as long as I pass the baton to somebody else who's watching, well, I think it's still there, right? Because that person could call me and go, "Hey, it's still there, bro," right? And I go back and I can look at the tape and go, "Oh, it's still there." I would need
Chicago is breaking, and they're hiding the truth. From billions in debt to endless crime, puppet masters are selling our city out. Use secret organizations and shell companies to keep us all in the dark. Sand faces and black budgets will retrieve our slaves to the machine.
Not real, but why it's there.
Wait, they think leadership is just a strong lead? Is this a joke?
I played not even a minute of it. But guys, come on,
America is the land of immigrants. I immigrated myself. Came here from Taiwan when I was about 3 and a half. My parents was cool.
The moon will still exist even if
Or
every human drop
grew up in a basement person's home, and they went to flea markets and sold gifts to Jersey to convince me. They opened gift stores, shopping malls, and achieved the American dream. And our story is even unique.
Chicago is breaking, and they're hiding the truth.
For example. There's another kind of question. So did we need conscious beings to know that triangles exist in our universe?
Okay.
That's a Planck Institute question. That's actually their quantum.
That's something I'm gonna think about. Hey, but look, check out this Castro thing where he says physicalism is either false or else we're in a multiverse. So some of you guys can hear this.
Right.
Series of experiments in the late 70s. I was a child. And
so here my watch.
The results were clear, but of course, the implication is physical properties have no standalone existence. They don't exist upon measurement. They are the result of measurement. And nobody's comfortable with that. We want to find out what the world is in and of itself. So people pointed out all kinds of possible loopholes, which over time became more and more ludicrous, like conspiracy theories about elementary particles conspiring absurd stuff like absurd stuff. Situations with loopholes. Closed in the course of now over 40 years. And the jury came
They are commanded by Billy Commodity, brother to Joseph Commodity,
certainly not after and it's very clear. Physical properties do not have standalone existence. Itself is not physical, and it's the other optionality with its largely fitness accounts of physical real universes what do you not believe? So for me, it's much more reasonable to just bite the bullet and say, okay, physicality is an appearance, it's an image. Even observe the world through instrumentation, we still have to perceive the output of instrumentation.
Okay, I agree with everything said. You cannot escape the implication.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I do.
So, wait.
I'm just saying, here's why. You cannot escape. Let me finish this point. Let me just finish this point. You can't escape the implications of that reality. The reality, I'm not saying that the reality, we can never escape. It's like saying escaping death. We can never escape the fact that those implications are 100% real for us in our everyday lives. The only way that you can do the disclaimer if that is not the case, because I again, it's where I started the room. Like, when we say physical, we are literally talking about fields and electromagnetism, basically, right? We're talking about fundamental forces. And when we can't put our fingers on those things, pun intended, right? Because we can't touch them, what are we talking about? And I agree with that as a sentence. And if you want to make the next leap, if you want to say there is a physicality, well, then you have to start considering holographic principles and shit like that. You have to start going into the worlds of, well, I know that's different than the worlds of hologram, but similar, somewhere in that vein between we're looking at a holographic
Chicago is breaking, and they're hiding the truth.
Between there is where you land.
I don't think they're going to my question is whether you accept his dichotomy. It's either physical accept that there's a million trillions billions of fucking physically real phenomena. I don't think that's you have to see Grandmappy's face when he's saying this shit, because my face was exactly the same. Like,
Burma appears to attack the child. Showing flowers here on Kinzie Street, right in front of this restaurant. That wasn't happening 2 weeks ago. Now the restaurant owner is putting the video out, trying to start a conversation.
I think Castro started out by defining. Well, I don't know if he defined it.
Chicago is breaking, and they're hiding the truth.
The meaning of the word property, that it's sort of like the way you should understand property. I think from his point of view is that it's more like an essence of a thing. Yeah. But that's not necessarily the right way to think about properties. Properties could also just be. They could simply mean just the differences between things. That's right. That's what makes something different. Yeah, that property is just something that differentiates one from something else, and that is very consistent with physics. And physics, like every theory of physics, is not about like the essence of stuff. It's actually about the behavior and the interactions of the things, like an electron or whatever. Not actually what it is in itself. That's not what physics is trying to do.
Right, which is what he keeps larking back to and doing this whole, like the thing in of itself, etc. So like, just so we hear it one more time, because my question is whether you guys, I wanted to play, I wish T was here, because I was talking to him about this yesterday, is whether you guys accept this, how he frames this as like a dichotomy. So let me play one more time and we'll discuss it.
Just exactly, whenever people claim a dichotomy, though, there's always like a third option that's paradigm shifting. So if I were to probe this, for example, I would say what are like underserved and underrepresented variations on what this could be. So I'm just thinking of how to formulate that question to get out of that.
I'm on the camp that I don't think this is a true dichotomy, but he says it like so nonchalantly.
2018, but certainly not after 2018. It's very clear physical properties do not have standalone existence. The world as it is in itself either is non-physical or, and that's the only other option on the table, that's Sean Carroll's favorite option. There are countless gazillions of physically real universes popping out of nothing every infinitesimal fraction of a second for no reason, for which we have absolutely zero empirical evidence. Now, if you believe in that, what do you not believe? So for me, it's much more reasonable.
The only way else that way.
So I'm just curious. I'm just curious if you guys accept that dichotomy. I do not, because I don't. He states it so nonchalantly. It's either physical.
It's already by observation, not because you can have a hybrid. You can have a hybrid of both of those ideas. So it's never a dichotomy. Whenever somebody says it's a true dichotomy, unless they're speaking of mathematical absolutes, biology is always a little bit
like what at least we are terming physical reality.
I think dichotomy is the wrong word to even use. I think it's just the baseline of the two absurdities, right? Is all that you're doing, and I agree. There's always a spectrum in between. I mean, ironically, when we're talking about the thing with color and what's red is red, we're talking about, well, it appears like someone wants to go, it's either 0 or 1, it's either black or white, and then it's like, no, the magic is in the color in between, right? That we're talking about with this qualia thing. But you can get to the point where you say, well, is that qualia just a mapping? Is it just 0 or 1 for everything? So I'm in favor of the idea that it could possibly be that there only is a binary for these kind of options, but then we apply that qualia. That's kind of what I'm saying. You can go to the weirdest thing possible and the most normal thing possible. Well, not even normal. The truth of the matter from what we've investigated, where evidence takes us, is that we don't ever have a physical thing, right? And that if you want to say that there is something that's causing this physical nature, that is a necessary discovery that you need to make that I haven't seen, right? And when he's going to the objects popping in and out of existence, obviously we're talking about the countless shades of gray there is between
wave particle duality, and what the different, epistemologies are. That's fine.
So it's talking about like superposition and things like that. But see, in quantum mechanics, there's also this concept of decoherence, which is when you have you have a region of space-time in superposition, right? And this is back to me and Benjamin's discussion about whether these quantum like properties or effects are epistemological or ontological. Because you can have in quantum mechanics, you have this thing called decoherence, which is when a region that's in superposition, however many particles in this whatever cloud of superposition, once they kind of interact with another region of space-time that for which the wave function, now there's other objects here about the wave function collapse, but it interacts or becomes entangled with a region that the wave function is already collapsed. It causes decoherence and causes and this decoherence is basically causes that region that was in superposition to collapse into something real, and I guess decoherence, it continues to collapse. So it's just since there is decoherence at the so-called classical limit, or at basically our macro scale, we say at our scale, the wave function has already been collapsed. This is why we never see chairs, in two places at the same time, we don't see anything like superposition, or we don't see no quantum weirdness in our world, because these quantum properties that emerge from the subatomic level, the Planck scale level, at that level, they're described as being in superposition and entangled and all this shit. But by the time those quantum effects scale, by the time that shit scales up to the macro level, to say our scale or the scale of galaxies, even cells in biology, these quantum phenomena are either no longer in any superposition or negligible amount of superposition, because it's already experienced decoherence with the classical world, with the world where the wave function is already collapsed.
Isn't the Schrodinger's thing short?
Well, no. So it's just because this guy. So yeah, I was just curious. Has this left Grandma be fucking dumbfounded, and left me as well? I was like, how are those two the only possibilities? I don't agree with him there. I don't agree with him at all with analytic idealism. It's funny because at the beginning of this, or in some of his other podcasts, his intellectual life story is almost the inverse of mine. When I first started reading about philosophy, I was a full-on Platonist and right into Buddhism and all this stuff, and a complete idealist in high school. And then, but I am now physical and naturalist, and you can there's the physical natural reality, which is the foundation, and then all this philosophy and all this metaphysics is fucking superimposed on top of the physical reality. But these idealist guys fucking completely invert that. When the actual foundation of reality is either idealist, platonic, some philosophical or metaphysical shit, and then the physics and the kinds of actual natural reality is superimposed on top of this fucking cloud of metaphysics. And so, because he started when he was in his 20s, dude, he worked at CERN. He was a physicist.
No, I don't know what he did, but he's a computer science guy. No, I like to imagine he was absolutely an IT guy. Because he's often presented as a physicist who worked at CERN. Lots of people. He's never talked about what his actual role was. He's a computer science guy. I'm just going to assume he did IT. Now, the IT requirements for CERN are probably pretty intense. So that's not really a slight. I just wish he would be forthcoming about what he actually did there. Because he uses that as a badge. He uses it as a for credit.
Exactly.
And he doesn't really talk about what he did.
And so I agree.
That's weird.
He uses that as a badge. He uses that the way the flat earthers use. Well, I used to be a glober, but now I see the truth.
But now my brain is as flat as this table.
Fucking I used to be a glober and this and that.
I've seen a lot.
He kind of does that with it. He kind of does it where I used to be a physical materialist, but now I see the truth.
I used to think, but now my brain is falling out.
He criticized Tim Mullen for not being a real physicist. He's not a real physicist. What the fuck? It's fair. It's a fair point. Tim Mullen is not a PhD physicist, but he's got his bachelor's in physics, and he went on and did philosophy. I forget exactly his route, but he's got some physics under his belt, and
he has more physics
as far as I can tell from their resumes, but I don't know for sure.
But I agree. He uses he always talks about him working at CERN in his 20s and stuff to imply, well, I used to be a physicalist and all this stuff, but now I've become enlightened and now I know.
Bro, he was inside the temple and he saw what was going on, and it was crazy.
And he oh my God, yo, T, you there?
Yes, I'm back. Hey, Sam.
So, I'm having the conversation with these guys that I was having with you yesterday about the Kastrup and Graham Oppie debate and we're talking about this, how I tell you how he poses
Chicago
some weird dichotomy that had my jaw on the ground. During the video, you see Graham Oppie, he's also dumbstruck, couldn't believe what he was hearing. About this guy says it's either physicalism is false or we live in a multiverse. Remember that?
Right. Yes.
I brought up. Yeah. So I brought up. I played it twice. Sorry guys. But I really want to play this for T. It's just so we can get a sense of what the fuck, and then we can all talk about find either let's find right now. I was just using the concept of decoherence as a possible way out of this so-called supposed dichotomy, but.
Okay. Explain. Break it down.
Okay. Yes. Here's the trick. When voting became a right, it is no longer at that point. It is no longer a privilege. Does that make sense to you? When you invite people to vote and say only simply because they have a right, that only means there's a good chance they don't have a reason. In fact, they're voting simply because that right. And this is how you drag people that are unknowledgeable about what they're actually voting for into the voting booth when you do that. I think that was a psychological game played on the people voting rights, not privilege.
Okay, okay, European time. So you are fine with literacy tests?
Absolutely, because there's too many people going down there voting to their own demise.
I got you. And are you okay with the way literacy tests have been used in the past?
I'm not versed on how they were used in the past.
Thank you very much. What about grandfather clauses? Are you okay with grandfather clauses?
I'm unaware of that also.
Fantastic.
Can you explain?
I got you. What about poll taxes?
I'm not versed on that either.
Fantastic. All right, let me go to another thing in Texas politics. So, Texas has about 4 million or so black people in it. A large portion of them do not have health care coverage. They don't have health insurance, they don't get it at their jobs, and they don't qualify for Medicaid. Texas is a state, Texas is a state that did not expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. That leaves hundreds of thousands of black Texans, indeed millions of Texans generally, or maybe a million or more Texans generally, without coverage because they're in the Medicare, the so-called Medicaid gap. Do you support expanding Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act? If so, why? If not, why?
No, I don't.
Okay, why?
I think expanding Medicaid gives too much power to the government over your health. Okay. In a society of haves and have-nots, you cannot trust people
in power to control your health decisions. I think, and to add to what you just said, Texas ranked number one with young people, children that are not insured. Texas is the number one state in the nation of children that are not insured. Now, this is a slippery slope. Excuse me? No.
You're proud of that?
I didn't say, no, you're saying that. I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Keep going. Okay.
No, I'm not proud of that. That's unfortunate. The healthcare is a very complicated issue. People have to be employed, number one. I'm talking about working class people that's employed. Since the Civil War, people get their insurance through their jobs. The companies that they
World War II, not since the Civil
War. That's what I mean. World War II.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know.
Thank you very much. See, we can have a great dialogue.
You know, the black liberal Democrat plantation guys like me are really smart.
Well, I never said that you weren't. I never said that anybody that voted Democrat.
That I supported mutilating children.
Well, no, I never asked you that. No, let me finish here.
I'd like to
No, Trent, let him go.
Okay.
So here every day, let him speak. He's responding.
I'm sorry. Listen.
Go ahead.
No problem,
Jonathan.
The healthcare issue is a slippery slope. Is very complicated because on one end, expanding healthcare, you would have to raise taxes because that, at the end of the day, that is what's paying for it. It is people that have to go to work that's paying for the healthcare. So you have to tax people that work to pay for Medicare, and then you have to withdraw money out of their salary to pay their insurance. So it's kind of crazy. I think we need a healthcare reform nationwide. I think President Trump's idea of giving the money to the people so they can buy their own private health care was a genius idea. I think that is the way we should go because people can control their own decisions. They can own Obama. You can keep your doctors. He said that 1,000 times, and we know that ended up not being true.
Okay,
but
yeah,
it's best. Let me finish.
No, but that's just keep going, bro. Keep going.
You interrupted me.
The one Obama said he was wrong.
No. But I'm talking.
Bringing inflation down.
Okay. President Trump said, rather than giving these subsidies to the fat cat insurance companies, why not give it to the people?
And then what will the people do with the subsidy?
That's their life. That's their health. And if they want to buy insurance, if they're wise and buy their health insurance, good. And if they're foolish and take it and use it for something else, that's their business. At the end of the day, that's their decision.
It wasn't the plan. So the plan
was
not.
I don't know it in detail. I just gave you a summary.
No, but that summary, the problem with the summary is it wouldn't just give you $800 a month, and if you wanted insurance, you could. If you wanted insurance, you couldn't. What it actually was going to give you money that you then had to use for insurance, and they would have probably done it for the tax code. So they were probably going to do the tax code. So what would have happened was it would have gone to the fat cats anyway, but by not giving it directly to the fat cats, they would have been able to raise the price. It would have actually led to more expensive healthcare. But that's only the people on Obamacare. That wasn't like me or you who gets it from our jobs. So if the American healthcare system is so Trump will you support it, said he had concepts of a plan. He was president from 2017 to 2021. They're president now from 2025 and still to the present, ongoing through 2029 January. When are we going to get Donald Trump's healthcare plan to bring down costs and accessibility for Americans and to get better outcomes? And I say this in light of we spend more on healthcare per person than any one other country in the developed world. That was messed up. In the developed world, and yet our outcomes are among the lowest in the. When do you think we'll get Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
Well, you would have to ask that question to the House and the Senate because they don't want Donald Trump to succeed. Can't you see the point? Nothing that he brings up, these people, they don't even want to pass the Save America Act, which means only American citizens can vote. They don't even want to pass that. So we need to get the insurance. He wants to get this done, but you have to see that he's fighting against both houses, right? These people do not want, and that's my point. These people,
Senate, Brother Jonathan.
I think it's split.
What party controls the Senate?
I think maybe the Republicans are in favor of one seat. I don't know.
Who controls the Senate, Brother Jonathan?
What do you mean? Who controls the Senate? You mean what party?
Democrat or Republican?
Republicans.
Who controls the House, Brother Jonathan?
Republicans.
Okay, so does the White House have an Office of Legislative Affairs?
I'm sure.
Okay, so when they wanted to do the big beautiful bill, did the White House write that bill?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so then where's the bill? Forget the House and Senate. Where's the bill from the White House on Donald Trump's health care bill, which he said in 2017 he would have?
Well, listen, just a couple of months ago, he tweeted out on Truth Social that he wanted a health care plan for Americans. And he suggested...
Where is his health care plan? It's been 10 years.
Okay, listen, one step at a time. The Save America Act is still stalling. They're still stalling that right now.
No, but before the Save America Act, in the election against Kamala Harris, we weren't talking about the Save America Act. He said he had concepts of a plan. This is yes or no. Have you seen the concepts of a plan?
Yes.
Okay,
I just laid it out. I just laid it out. In summary, he wants to give the money to the people rather than the insurance.
That was Obamacare subsidies. That wasn't for me or you. Okay.
Oh my God. It's called Trump Care.
What about Trump Care? What is that?
I just told you what it was.
Okay.
He does not want to give the money to. It doesn't matter. Oh my God. He does not want to give the money to the insurance company.
I know that. So what's he doing? So what would it do for me? I don't have Obamacare, so I don't get any money.
Of course you would. If the bill came into play, of course you would.
So that's what I'm saying. Who gets money?
Right now, it's negotiation period, right? They're in negotiation period, all right?
Another question.
First things first, Save America Act. We have to get past that so we can move on to other pertinent issues.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
I got you. We'll come to Save America Act, and I'm going to do that after this, but I want to do one other thing, going back to the first term. So we all knew Donald Trump as a construction guy.
Real estate.
Yes, I was looking for real estate. Can you name me what Donald Trump's signature? He's not at 2 terms. What is his signature policy or achievement in rebuilding American infrastructure, either electronic, fiber optic, or material, that is to say roads, bridges, etc.? Does he have a signature bill that he can point to?
No, he's brought it up. It was in the Make America Great presentation, to rebuild the infrastructure. But again, he's fighting against both parties.
One second.
Hold on. Let me say this. He's fighting against. We say Republican and Democrat, yeah, but we are fighting. He is fighting to be very truthful. He's fighting against both parties, and they call it the establishment. Okay, he's fighting against the establishment. That is who's holding the American. Okay.
Okay, but
these things that you're saying, these things that you're asking me.
My question. So you saying the establishment is against an infrastructure bill?
The establishment is against anything that Donald Trump proposed.
So then why did they pass? Okay, cool. So why did they pass the big beautiful bill?
Look how hard they fought.
What do you mean? Look how hard they fought? They had control of. They did it through reconciliation. They passed the House very easily.
Once again, no, it didn't. No, it did not.
The House very easily. The House. It passed the House very easily. All Republicans voted for it. So you're telling me? I just want to know. So the reason why did Donald Trump propose an infrastructure bill to Congress?
Yes, I don't know if he did it to Congress or not, but he had it in his campaign initiatives.
So this is the last question on this. Then we'll go to the Save America Act. Why was Joe Biden able to do an infrastructure bill? And we know he was dead. He was pooping on himself. Why was he able to get one done? Which, by the way, he did over a filibuster, but Donald Trump could not get one done. Is Joe Biden a better leader of politics in his party than Donald Trump is of his? In other words, why?
Well, he's a better puppet. If Donald Trump can't be controlled, he's a better puppet.
You're not listening. Go ahead. Oh, so you're saying an infrastructure bill for bridges, tunnels, and roads is from being a puppet?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. So Donald Trump. Let's go to the Save America Act. Which part of the Save America Act do you think is the most important part?
The most important part of the Save America Act is American people, number one, getting rid of the paper ballots, and American people producing.
Getting rid of the paper ballots?
Yes.
You want to get rid of paper ballots?
Yep.
That's in the Save America Act?
I think so, but let me finish.
No, I want to see that.
You can verify that. You can verify. You can verify
that, bro. You don't have to go fast. We're just chilling. I don't see anything in here about the Save America Act of paper ballots.
Okay. Well, I have more.
What else do you think is the? Did you mean mail-in ballots?
That's what I'm talking about. Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep going.
I'm sorry.
So I got you. So one second. So there are Republican states that Donald Trump won 3 times that use mail-in ballots. You think those states shouldn't be able to have them? So like in Utah, for example, the vast majority of the population uses mail-in ballots. You don't think Utah should use mail-in ballots?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. What other part of the Save America Act do you like?
Proof of citizenship.
Okay. Where? At the ballot box?
Wherever you have to present it. In order to vote, produce that you are a legal citizen.
Okay. So when you register to vote now, you already do that. You think we should have to do that at the ballot box as well?
I don't know how, but that's in the bill, and I answered that. Everybody have to prove that they're American citizens in order to vote. But there's too much corruption.
Do you think it should be during registration or at the ballot box?
Wherever they feel it is needed best. Where the best place you
can think is, I'm asking you, brother, you lead the world.
I'm not. Well, I don't. My organization, I don't lead people or tell people how to vote. I challenge them to think.
I know. I'm challenging you to think. Where do you think it should be?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you haven't thought it through. You just go with whatever Donald Trump says.
No. I know this. I trust him. I guess it's safe to. Yes, sir.
Why do you trust Donald Trump?
Because he's real.
Oh, okay.
And that's rare.
You can trust somebody.
That's right, and that's rare.
Okay. So being real is saying you're going to end the Ukraine-Russia war in the first week, and he didn't do that. Saying you would bring down cost of electricity by half at the end of the first year, you didn't do that. Saying you would have GDP, you didn't do that. Saying that the labor market, you would bring back manufacturing, and you wouldn't do that. Saying that you would bring down inflation, you wouldn't do that. What do you trust them on?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything. Because I know what he's fighting against. I know. I kind of laid that out earlier. I know exactly what he's fighting against. He's fighting against an establishment. He's fighting against people that want him dead.
Okay. And so the people in Congress who aren't passing his bills, and they're fighting against him. So, do you believe the Senate should get rid of the filibuster?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you believe that?
Well, I mean, because it's time to move on and get things done.
Okay. And so when the Democrats have the Senate, you'd be fine with them not having a filibuster either.
Right.
Okay. So you don't care if there's a filibuster?
No.
Okay. Cool. Okay. And what was your other major issue? You said you have to do the Save America Act first. What happens if they don't pass the Save America Act?
Shame on them, and that's death to America. Because now you leave the gate open for cheating.
Okay. What elections have there been cheating in that you know of?
Donald Trump was cheated in 2020.
How so? Which states?
Georgia, Michigan, of course California.
Oh, you think Donald Trump won California?
Shit, yeah, absolutely.
So you think one of the most liberal states in America was won by Donald Trump.
Yep.
Okay. And how did
I say, what? How did they cheat? I'm doing fine. How did they cheat? There's many ways to cheat, which is why. Well, I don't know because I don't cheat, but I know because
you know that I don't, but you don't know how.
Of course, you would have to cheat. They still have Gavin Newsom as your governor.
I got you. So, well, maybe the people there are just stupid. I mean, there's dumb governors all over the country.
No, I got a family in California. They're not stupid.
Oh, because your family's there, that doesn't mean the other 40 million people aren't stupid.
No, that's just an indication. That's just a temperature. Well, no, and friends. And friends.
I got you. So Donald Trump is the president. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that Donald Trump, as president, controls the DOJ, the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Okay. If you know that he cheated and they had the investigatory power, prosecutory power, et cetera, why haven't we seen any indictments on any of the cheating from 2020?
That's a great question. But just because we have not seen them does not mean that they won't happen.
Okay. Well, it's taking so long. He's been in office for more than a year. And I remember when Biden was in office, people said, all we need is Cash Patel, Don Bongino, and Donald Trump back, and we'd have the proof of the cheating from 2020. When are we going to get the proof?
I don't know. We have to just wait and see. Okay. I can't give you a definite date.
So I understand, but if the cheating was so widespread, why haven't they even indicted one person?
Maybe it's on the horizon.
It's on the horizon. I got you. Cool. And then, do you think that the Democrats changed votes?
Of course.
Okay, so people voted for Trump, and then the Democrats then changed to Biden.
Yes, and let me say something about that. Those of you that are on social media, you ever been invited to a group and you hit the invite and it doesn't register? It comes back like as if you didn't hit it. These glitches like that. See, that's a message right there, just on social media. So if that can be compromised, of course, the kiosk at the voting location can be compromised because it's an electronic device, computer generated. So why if that happens on Facebook and these other places, when people invite you to a group and you hit it and you accept the invite and then it erases it. Yeah, it's possible. Very possible.
Okay. So do the machines have paper audit trails?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you hit invite on Facebook, is there a paper audit trail?
I'm not sure about that either.
Okay. So then if there's a paper audit trail, wouldn't the DOJ be able to subpoena, get the paper audit trails and see the votes were changed?
Possibly.
Okay.
I think they have this evidence. I think they have this.
Oh, so what do you think they're waiting for? The midterms?
I have no idea. Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
Did you support Doge?
Absolutely.
What did you like about Doge?
It exposed the corruption. Because corruption is widespread and it's been that way for a long time. A lot of people that make 100 and whatever the salary is to be a representative, most of those people are millionaires. Okay, most of those people are millionaires. So how is it possible that you become a millionaire, on $174,000 a year? So the corruption is okay. Hold on. Yes, I'm very serious. There's a lot of corruption. When people vote for you on emotions and vote for you because the culture suggests that they do.
Doge.
I'm just okay.
Doge. So you said Doge exposed corruption, like in Congress. So Doge showed the corruption of Congress people. What are you talking about?
Corruption everywhere. These NGOs, these nonprofits, yeah. The corruption is widespread and it's bad.
I got you. So Doge is now officially over. It's done. Who got indicted as a result of the fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption from Doge?
To my knowledge, at this point, nobody.
Okay, so Elon Musk.
It does not mean that they won't.
Okay, so we know they did a thing, but even though they haven't given us any proof of it, you just believe it without proof.
They did
Elon
give us
Musk
proof.
and Donald Trump said so.
No, they did give us proof.
What proof did they give?
Pam Bundy exposed everything that they uncovered in Doge.
What is
so? I mean, I don't recall, but she had receipts.
I'll tell you one thing. They said that there were people who were collecting Social Security from others who were dead or didn't exist.
Okay.
That's
correct.
One second. Pam Bondi was the Attorney General. That level of fraud because of Social Security is punishable by decades, probably, in federal prison. Question for you: did Pam Bondi indict any of the people? Because she was a DOJ.
No.
Okay. Why didn't she indict anybody?
I don't know her reasoning, but she did.
So they exposed fraud and just allow people to keep the money.
We don't know that yet. Does it have to happen on our time? Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand. So we have to let it wait. Inflation. Do you think Donald Trump's doing a good job on inflation?
Excellent job.
Excellent job. Are you drinking or smoking or doing drugs?
Wow. Continue on, man.
What are you doing? We keep hearing snorting.
Continue, please.
Oh my God, bro. Come on, man. What's going on? What, bro?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you came on here. You get fucked up.
No, I'm listening to you, man.
All right, cool. Okay. So, he's doing a good job. So if he's doing a good job, why is inflation higher now than when he took office?
I don't know.
So then how's he doing a good job?
He's doing a good job. Once again, he's fighting the establishment. Everybody's against him. He cannot get the things that he wants done because for that reason alone. Okay. So what we have to do, I think the economy is doing great.
I think on the economy, has he not got done that he wants to get done?
There's a lot of things that he hasn't had. No. I mean, right off, I can't really name. I'm really tired. No, I can't. No, this is like a cross-examination. So,
this is questions.
Of course, they're basic questions, but they're coming. Yeah, they're coming in rapid fire. You go ahead, Joe.
And what's your organization called?
It's Urban Conservatives of America. We're rebranding to Urban Conservatives United.
Okay, so Urban Conservatives of America. So you're unable to answer questions about Voting Rights Act and civil rights, about the economy, about you said it wasn't a war. What questions do you feel? Do you want to do like social issues? Do you want to talk about welfare? Do you want to talk about welfare?
Real quick, in all fairness, we did tell Jonathan this would be an hour. We are now 40 minutes over that. I just want to, I want to be fair to Jonathan. He has been working all day. He did take this time out. If he wants to answer a few more, go on a little bit. I just want to be fair to him.
Okay. So he has an organization that is about like getting people to his organization. I'm just a random dude who gets fired from his jobs, according to Gerard on the act, but he doesn't have the stamina. Cool. Do you want to do the welfare and social issues? Are you against welfare or the 60s? Do you want to talk about that, Brother John?
Am I against welfare?
Yeah.
No, I'm not against welfare unless it's for retired people and widows, but able-bodied people, no.
Okay. So you were saying something before about welfare in the 60s. What do you want to talk about on that?
Well, man, I'll talk about this, and I got to get some rest, man. The Welfare Act. I think that was it's called the Great Society Act by Lyndon B. Johnson.
It's called the Great Society Act.
Okay. Well, we know there's a such thing as Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah,
okay. There is
1963 to 1969.
Right, and he also said, "I'll have these niggas voting Democrat for 200 years."
Yep, and I'm one of them. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. We're on the same page.
I don't know why that annoys you.
I'm not annoyed. You sound like you're annoyed. You're using foul language now. So I'm not the one annoyed. Stop projecting is a form of slavery. I think it's two ways to make a slave. You can work him without pay, or you can pay him without work. One is physical.
I think that's a great question. I do want to ask one question.
So he doesn't want to end it. He's speaking.
Oh, okay.
No. Yes, I do want to end it because I'm tired.
1 second, John.
Yes, sure.
So agribusiness, Elon Musk, all these massive corporations, banks, airline industries, they're all dependent on the government. Are they slaves?
Oh my God! But they're job creators.
Okay, and we're job havers. I'm just asking, are they slaves?
No, they're not. They're job creators. Everybody's a slave to something. To answer your question.
My husband leaves me, and I get food stamps to supplement my work. You know, a lot of people who work at Walmart, they get food stamps to supplement. That person's a slave because they're getting food stamps to supplement.
No, I think you missed the point.
I did. Break it down.
Yeah, you did. You did. Listen, it's not about people who work. It's about taking people out of the workplace, right? Hold on. Listen, please.
Let the man finish so he can go to sleep.
I think you know, a handout is a difference from a hand up. A handout cripples you and makes you dependent, and that is the game. And that's all I'm talking about. You know, I'm not against welfare for people who need it temporarily, but I'm against welfare for people who want to make a career out of that. The community, the black community, through generations, has been what when I say it in a general sense, have passed down to our children. Government dependency. And that needs to stop. All right, we are God's creation. Hold on, please. I don't know okay, but per capita,
I say what percent of blacks are on cash welfare?
I don't know the numbers.
Well, what would you guess? What percent?
I have no idea. It's high.
Why would you say that? Then why are you going around spreading that? Say that black people.
Hold on.
Hold on. Please let me finish. Can I finish? Let me finish, and I can bring clarity to this.
1 second, bro.
Sure.
And there you go. You have an organization dedicated to urban conservatives, and one of your main points, because you have these nice lines that was about hand up, hand out, all these kinds of things. And you're telling me you don't know what percent of blacks are on welfare?
I have no idea.
What would you guess based off of what you think about the dependency and the generational transmission of black assistance on the government from the Democrat plantation? What would you guess?
I think it's in the high teens.
It's 3%.
Your source?
This source is the U.S. government.
Okay, well that's
it's actually 2.5% from the U.S. Census Bureau. This last one was taken under Donald Trump's administration. Is that a good source, or you don't believe it?
Listen, most of those news outlets are liberal, but listen.
News outlets? I said from the Census Bureau. Did you graduate high school?
Listen, they're liberal too.
Wait a minute.
They are liberal too.
Liberal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question for you that you can go.
Sure.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm done. Nice to meet you. Nice to talk to you. Hope to see you again.
Okay. What does graduating high school have to do with anything? What are you calling me dumb?
Yeah.
Are you calling me stupid?
You said you was done. You done, girl. You done. Yes. I'm calling you a idiot.
Okay. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
My God, the stuff that oh my God.
You turned out the replay. We needed to save that.
Trump is not doing a good job. Man, I was listening to what that guy was saying. It was absolutely ridiculous. You know, and somebody gave me a skull face in the chat. Who gives a damn? The guy is horrible, and his policies are horrible. And people are dying in wars that they shouldn't be in. Hey, man, you can't sit up here and have 20-year-old people, 18-year-old, young folks losing their lives because Donald Trump wants to play Russian roulette with others' lives and not his or his friends. So I have a problem with that. You can't get life back. You can't buy it back. You can't tally it back. None of that. And at the end of the day, God has a place for people like that. You know what I mean? So you can't sit up here and walk two lines at once and straddle the fence. You can't do that. You can't serve two masters at once. You either serve the people of this country, amen, or you serve yourself. Donald Trump has done, amen, is sit here and grift and serve himself. Those who sit here and say he's doing a great job, where the hell are you?
I gotta ask Trent a question. Trent, are you there, sir?
Trent's not on stage.
Trent, I said on welfare, cash assistance. Sorry. Because he's talking about people that don't work. So you can be working and be on SNAP. What you're trying to do is you're trying to prove me wrong to defend your friend and didn't know what he was talking about. I have the number, it's 2.5%.
Okay, you want to do something about it? I was looking at, because I looked at the
can't understand him. Is that just me?
But it might be for the best.
He's underwater. This man promised you got no signal, brother. You got no signal.
Can you hear me now?
Hard. Can you hear me now? Flag it, man.
Divine, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, and so to go point, I was looking at total government assistance, which includes SNAP and other benefits. Like if we just took in welfare, you're correct. Yeah, so Devon, to your plug, you said that you wanted to speak to hardcore MAGA conservatives. Maybe it wasn't you.
No,
it wasn't you. But Jonathan and Alexandra, and I applaud them for coming in. It is very difficult to come into a hostile territory like this in habitation.
They made it hostile. They made it hostile. I was trying to ask questions about the historical voting patterns, and the lady accused me of wanting to mutilate children.
Yeah, I get that, but remember the point of what
I don't want to mutilate children. That's your friends that came here and accused us of wanting to mutilate children.
No, maybe I know I'm breaking up a little bit. I'm in a place that doesn't have great reception, but the reason this conversation started is I said, many of you could not even have an effective conversation with MAGA, and this was proven right because Alexandra couldn't even stay. I get that a lot of the things that she said may have been offensive to some of you, but to people on the other side, a lot of the things that you say are just as offensive.
Let's stop there. One second. The lady came in and started by talking about how she liked Donald Trump because he was a straight shooter and didn't hide stuff. But with me, she melted down. It was too much. I didn't say anything about that lady. I said I was trying to understand black people have voted in a group from one period and then they switched voting for a group for the other party in the other period. I'm trying to make my way up. They get into their talking points. I don't care. I'm not into bathrooms. We're not voting on bathrooms. That was your friends that did that. I didn't say anything offensive to those people. The lady said she was a teen mom and he was a crackhead. Believe me, I have scores and scores of jokes and much more to go. I held all those in. Hello?
Again, one of the problems that I see with having dialogue on both sides is being respectful from both sides and understanding where they were coming from.
I was respectful. Wait, I was respectful. I said, introduce how you got to MAGA. To be fair, Jonathan was about 3 minutes. She spoke for 11 minutes. Nobody interrupted her. And I said, okay, I wanted to take our way to how we got to where we are. A lot of black Republicans talk about the history of black republicanism and going back to that. I thought they might bring that up. When you bring in somebody who's running for Congress, that's somebody that has an urban, conservative, whatever,
It's my bad for me thinking they had read a book with more than 40 pages and chapters in it since middle school. I didn't know that they were just going to be regular clubhouse maggots. I had no idea.
So to be fair to them, when we postulated this and Patty and First Lady were on, it was around Tallarico and Texas politics, and so that's why I was trying to interject as you were asking your line of questioning. And I get, Ben, that you were not I know you wrote your own questions, and you may not have been aware of that, but that's
they were Texas questions. I was asking if because of the history of the Lily White Party out of Texas. I was trying to get to the history of Black Republicans in Texas. Go look up the Lily White movement in the Republican Party. It's from Texas. I know what the assignment was.
And
I talked to Patty and or First Lady.
And you are, again, you are in the 99th, not even the 90th, the 99th
Congress.
Hold on, my man, calm down. You are in the 99th.
You're gaslighting, and it's insulting.
No, what I'm saying is you are in the 99th percentile of intelligence in the United States.
Do that. And so I know it was going to be about Tallarico. I was trying to establish how.
Yeah, I know, but most people do not know. Most people do not know all the questions. Even I had no idea some of the questions that you were asking what the answer to, and I'm okay. No, but I actually
Do you have an institute based in Texas to bring people to the Republican Party?
So, but Ben, here's the thing: 99%.
All she had to do was say, "I don't know." She didn't have to say, "I wanted to mutilate children."
You're correct, but 90% of Texans don't give a fuck about the questions that you're
asking. 90% of Texans.
I know.
It's a political combo. So, Trent,
I know.
If they don't know, and I know, and there are other people in here, it becomes a learning opportunity to know that one of the reasons that Black people moved from the Republican Party was because of the Lily White movement, which was based in Texas. They were trying to make it lily white and get rid of the black and tans.
I wish you would have
asked going to talk Black Republicans in Texas.
Okay, I wish you would have asked conversation on affordability.
And you didn't give a chance to. Your friend crashed out after a minute.
It's okay.
And by the way, Josh and I did have conversations about affordability and contemporary issues.
And so the
she crashed out. Wait a minute, because she crashed out on me, sir. She crashed out on me when I was trying to bring the peace. I was trying to reset the space so that we all could get on one accord and we could move forward. But she began to continuously speak over me and then say, "I'm leaving." So please, just stop. We're not. I don't need to have a conversation with you. If you want to just go, then please just go. Because how you were recapping this story and how you're trying to make a play as if we did something wrong to them, when continuously we let them speak for minutes on end, and then when we. And you're doing it. Maybe it's a Texas thing.
Yeah, they're really dumb in Texas. Correct. The blacks in Texas are dumb.
I don't get it. It's simple. The conversation we tried, we got off on the wrong start for whatever reason, but we're here now. Jonathan, he did stay. Thank you for staying. Thank you,
Jonathan.
Trying to have the conversation. And that's it. That's all. That's it. There's no need for you to try to tell somebody that they did something wrong and all this stuff. Whatever. Let's just keep it moving. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I respond? Thank you. So listen, again, this is what I'm talking about. Well, I don't think you were disrespectful. Again, it's the first time using Clubhouse, and it is difficult if you don't understand like the nuances. It is difficult. It is difficult to have a conversation with people who you feel are attacking you. And I know that
don't tell me that! I don't want to hear it, Trent. I'm telling you, you're going to set me off. And I'm telling you, that was not the case. Nobody was attacking anyone except for them. They came here attacking. Are you insane? Do not piss me off. That's why I say, let's just leave it alone, Trent, because you're going to piss me off. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. They came in attacking.
control.
True.
Like that.
Leave it alone. Pass away.
Is there a free moment for me to make a comment really briefly? I'm deeply embarrassed by that display. I think that to be running for any sort of government position in a state, and in particular in Texas, to have some sort of organization here in the state, to be in a room full of people, a little too on a piece, and you don't know who in that room is from your state and from your area, and you comport yourself the way those two individuals comported themselves, embarrassing. The display that I just saw of people who are in quotation supposed to represent Black Texans, at that, the Republican ones, it was pathetic. I can understand this idea about how it's hard to have these conversations and all these things, but everyone was very respectful. They got upset. They crashed out. They didn't know anything. I think this idea that Black Texans or that Texans in general don't care about history, don't care about certain things, wouldn't care about the line of questioning the mods were going down originally to set expectations. I think that idea right there is deeply troubling to me, but it's also highly disrespectful to the time that the moderators took to gather the questions, to prepare for this event.
Preparation and questions!
Come in here and bloviate for an hour.
Bloviating.
You could have just said that.
Republicans can be mean as hell, and nobody should be upset when they're fired back upon. Again, they're rude as hell, and a lot of them denigrate people. They say horrible things about them. I had a Republican in another room call me stupid. Somebody else called me slow. I said, I don't really give a damn, because half the people here, they live like trash anyway. Want to talk about somebody while they dumbasses got to stick on one second.
Yeah, one second. Everybody, welcome to Politically Correct. It is now the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Hope everybody's doing well. Just want to do a quick reset. Of course, shout out to Patty and First Lady for trying to have this discussion today, for making the time and making the space for us to come together. And shout out to Trent for bringing some people in here. It's not what I expected. We are, of course, this will be the after discussion as to what took place. I listened the whole time. I did not partake because I really wanted to kind of get an idea of how people on the other side think. We all witnessed it, but I just think we just need to take a moment, reflecting on what happened on this day. So, welcome to Politically Correct.
This incredibly important historical day of notation.
The floor is open, and of course, if there's any breaking news, please drop it. One second. If there's any breaking news, please put it in the chat so we can go over it, take a look at it, and see where we're going to go from here. Appreciate you guys.
Can I comment?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we're gonna go to Tira. I heard you come off mic first. Go ahead, Tira.
Yeah.
I got something too, please. Thank you.
I
would like to as well.
I think we saw like two things. I think Jonathan.
Got you. RJ, I got you. Go ahead.
I think Jonathan was trying, but I also think what we saw was, and I have to say it like this, an abysmal lack of actual facts. And basically what it was, it was a belief in Donald Trump, no matter what. He's besieged the Congress is against him. He's giving all of this information. They're just not doing it. I mean, it was conspiracy theory, but it was also devoid of any factual basis, which was very sad, right? And I think that was probably the saddest part of it for me. There was literally,
It was so sad. Listening to this Texas African American Republican, it was so sad.
Trump. And I think that really is a MAGA sensibility that we saw there, which is, to me, very
MAGA
sad.
sensibility.
It's just a belief in this one person. It doesn't really matter about whether...
Could you imagine believing in the president? Oh, God!
I think we saw with, and forgive me, I now have forgotten her name, I'm tired, the woman who was in for...
So tired.
To a certain extent, a lack of understanding of the ground rules, right? Maybe they weren't laid out, maybe she's never been here, but,
what ground rules? Don't upset the first N-word.
Then you have to talk as much as I did or less than I did, and it's not really as a back and forth, and I do feel that she just didn't maybe get it in the beginning, but I also felt
she didn't get it. She's not here to voice her opinion. She's here to be manipulated and spoken to.
She was able even to be, really questioned in any depth.
Oh, the lawyer couldn't get the questions in depth.
It was valuable for one purpose. To me, it showed sort of the paucity of some of the ideas.
The paucity!
And the fact that
the paucity!
They don't. It was really, disturbing, but also.
It was disturbing.
One sec. We're gonna go RJ then Odie. Go ahead, RJ.
I just want to say I've learned some valuable things today in Clubhouse. Earlier today, and I'll try to be short, but I got a bit to say. Earlier today, I heard an individual on this app, a male who is of modest intelligence, somewhat learned, speak about how knowledge is not an asset, it's actually disincentivizing today's discussions. And after listening to this, I think they were correct. I see plenty of black men on this stage who have learned some things in their lives, maybe read books, studied, dog-eared some pages, wrote some notes, maybe even did a dissertation.
Really?
I tell you you're all incorrect. What you need to do is leave that library. And some of you went to libraries that have several floors upstairs as well as downstairs. If you're in the stacks,
oh my God, a room full of books.
You may or may not be on. Go out, find someone who'll sell you some crack, get yourself a glass pipe and freebase under a highway underpass. And when you do that, you will get the knowledge you need to lead people in this nation politically. So tell you what I'm going to do now to rectify the mistakes of my misguided youth. I'm going to go find my good brother Messi. And I'll find him because I know that he lives in a van down by the river.
Damn, that is a submission, brother.
Old jeans.
Great submission.
And a belt. And when I'm there, I'm going to go get me some heroin. I'm going to heat it up in my spoon, use the belt to expose some veins in my arm.
Oh, shit.
And I am going to shoot dope into my veins, and then I will truly find the knowledge I need to exist in this America. I'm done.
Damn! Damn!
1 second. We're going to go to Odie. Go ahead, Odie. Thank you, RJ. Love when you come on stage. Odie, it's on.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick. I know Trent is not here, but I would have loved to have asked him because the way Trent spoke about these two people, it spoke as if there were some intellectual coming to tell us what we've never heard before or what the maggots on the app don't say. Then I must give it to Ban. I don't know why.
Hello?
Is it me?
No, I can't hear him. Odie, we can't hear you.
Odie, what now? Did your earpiece die? Odie going once.
I'm here.
Odie go. Okay, go ahead.
Somebody clearly stated that Trump won California. I remember when I was in optometry school, And there was a question my colleague asked one of our lecturers. I'll never forget, I was still a young child. And the question the lecturer asked the colleague is, how the fuck did you get to 400 level? She didn't use the F word, sorry for swearing. How the hell did you get to this class? I thought that part would have calmed down, have some introspection, and ask myself, why the hell am I continuing this discussion? If somebody can say that, they didn't know who controlled the house. But anyways, it's Trent I want to speak to, because the way he spoke about these guys, I was expecting some MAGA intellectualism. We're going to go into debate, maybe argue with Ban. We talk about Bill Section 1965 of the AMCD. You guys say, well, there was a counter to that. Okay. System. You didn't hear that. Instead, I heard the regular rhetorics. The Democrats are giving our children to enter education. Anyway, thank you very much. So,
request of Johnny's, we
Just can't know about the rape, the abortion, the blow.
I don't know what to say, but again, I said it. I love when RJ comes on stage, because man, that was an uppercut and a right hook for your ass. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, I don't know, but...
Yeah, you biased, bitch! You fucking biased.
To tell us a little bit about yourself. That was done. He said his little part, she said her part. Then we said, okay, how did you become a Democrat? How did you become a Republican? What was your walk? He gave his story, she gave her story. And them giving their stories, in the midst of that, they were coming down on the Democrats and saying all kinds of different things. Now, normally, y'all know the people in this space would have gone mad and would have interrupted them. Not one person came off mic. Not one person interrupted. So when somebody tells me that they felt attacked, I don't know. I missed that part. I understand we were at it, there were some questions asked, and it's the vet.
In the midst of that, I don't know what I got else to say, but fuck Donald Trump!
Got off to a rough start. No, I don't think got off to a rough start.
You want to talk about starts?
To a great start. Okay, I'm speaking right now.
Hello?
And I understand they're new to Clubhouse, and I'm trying to.
Oh shit, he knew.
But at the same time, we gotta respect.
He knew they're having a conversation.
Respecting each other, right? That means just like how I listened to the stuff that I didn't even want to hear. I wasn't even saying anything about what they said, other than the fact that they attacked the Democrats. Then she just decided she was going to leave. So here we are. But Johnny, he stuck around. And
here we are.
We did the conversation. I thought, the people that were going to be coming had a little bit more experience in public speaking.
Oh shit!
And knew how to have the conversation. We didn't even get a chance.
You mean the public speaking like you did 5 minutes ago, screaming at everybody? Hello, let's move forward.
Here we are.
Here we are.
So,
here we
are. I guess we can listen to it.
I would say that. I thought Ben was good. I was sitting here at Juicy Crab eating my crabs. It was a good debate.
He had Juicy Crab eating his crabs
from the 90s. So I don't know what happened. Shout out to everybody in the room, the moderators. Say, First Lady, I love you, Grandma. I don't know what that was all about, but it was really educational. I felt really bad for y'all. So I feel like after the whole debacle, you got what beat up on. So yeah, but it was a great debate, great back and forth. But yeah, it was getting too much. But Ben did really good. He did really good. Great educator.
He's a great entertainer.
All I want to say is, look, Republicans, like I said, can be rude as hell, And when you speak
Unlike
against them,
the classy, educated Democrats.
From their lives, and they do, like I said, they denigrate people. They talk about people without remorse. And again, they don't want their
projection alert system has been activated.
And some people are disrespectful, you know what I mean, to others. They think
Ashton.
Any other party, they think they're done.
Ashton.
I don't like Ashton. But I sure as hell don't like his policies, what he has done, how he's affected the economy, and how people have died. I guess how people have died.
Oh shit! Trump has killed people.
So on.
I'm saying it's kind of magic. You're saying it's that kind of magic. At the end of the day, we'll never know. That might be part of the magic.
One thing and say, are you a citizen, yes or no? Right? So the state has no way of knowing, is this person a citizen or is this person or not? They take the word, the honor system for it. And that is the fundamental issue. And so while we have all these systems where it uploads, some states have decided not to cross-populate their systems. And some states just don't have the records. And so Real ID and now Enhanced ID is actually the way that states are collecting this data so that they have it. And people say, well, doesn't the federal government have this? The federal government has some of the data, but not all of it. And states have to be willing to have a two-way connection between the federal government to use their system. The problem is that, the federal government is able to give you access to our citizen verifying system, but you got to give us access to your system so we know who's voting. And whether it's Osama or Biden or Trump, the states weren't willing to do that, no matter who was in power. And I don't blame them for doing that, but at the same time, they should know who the citizens are, and they don't. And so the problem is that you're asking people to just attest. And by the way, Texas does this too, right? Tell me, are you a citizen or not? And you're saying, no, I'm not.
When you go to the DMV, so you sign like an affidavit basically when you're filling out, getting your driver's license, and you check the box registered to vote, and there's another check mark that you say you're a U.S. citizen.
Right, and the same thing is online, Abby, right? You go to register to vote, go to any state, go to New York, say register to vote in New York, click on it, and it'll ask you, it'll fill out all the details at the end, it'll ask you, click here, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. If lying to this is a perjury or whatever is a felony, blah, blah, blah. By the way, notice Mikey, Cheryl, or whatever David's governor's name is, basically made a comment saying that the 400 people, did she say these 400 people are being arrested? She said, no fault of their own. No, sorry, there's 6,600. No, and then she said 400 voted. She didn't say we're investigating them, we're putting charges against those 400. She didn't say anything. But 400 of the 6,600 people apparently voted. So what is happening to those people? Are they just, you voted, it's no big deal. Why are they arresting them? I mean, nobody's talking about it. She didn't mention you'll be prosecuted at the fullest extent of the law, nothing like that.
I just renewed my registration, and one of the questions was like, do you want to vote? Do you want to, I mean, I already, I'm already registered to vote. Like, one of the questions are, like, why is, like, car registration renewal asking the question if you want to register to vote?
Well, that makes sense, David. That makes sense.
No, because you don't have to be an American citizen to register a car.
But it makes sense. Do you want to vote? Right? And you want to register to vote? So you should say yes, and then it should say, okay, please upload proof of citizenship. Right? Whether it's your passport copy, whether it's your driver's license, not your driver's license, your birth certificate or whatever, and you upload it. Now, the system has your data. And now you say, okay, and then they can, and then when you go to vote, you don't need voter ID. You go to vote, they pull up on their iPad when they check you in, there's a copy of your birth certificate right there. And they go, okay, this is him. Okay, is this you? They'll ask, is this you here? Okay, you go in and vote.
When I voted, the last time I voted, it's just trying to match my signature We don't check my ID or anything like that.
Oh, I didn't get a signature match. My signature.
Yeah, mine was just a signature match. He didn't check.
Well, mine didn't even match my signature. I put a dash, and then I told her, I went in, I said, "You see my ID?" She said, "No." Asked me my address, gave my name and address. She called me up, and then I put a dash in the signature. That's not my signature. And then she said, "Okay, here you go." I said, "Do you want to check my signature?" She goes, "No, me. Why? Is it not you? Like, not who you say you are?" I said, "No, I am." She goes, "Okay, then you're good." I said, "But like, here's my license. My signature is different." She goes, "Well, you're not who you say you are?" I said, "No, I'm who I say I am." She goes, "Okay, well, I don't need to see your ID. That's okay." I'm like, I said, "How will you catch? How will you catch who I put it in?"
Yeah, who'd you do it for?
Not me, Michelle.
The right here to people and take up a link in the chat. That's regarding Minnesota's oversight committee on it. Yeah, we have ID through and yeah, I'm pretty sure if we had an actual audit, you'd see all that, the fraud is in Minnesota. Well, thank you.
If any of you have ever been an election judge, what King Nav just described is the way that the process goes down. If you're using a Dominion voting system, the voter comes in, they give you their name, address, or some other identifier. You pull it up on the screen on the little computer. If it matches, they're good. The error that I detected is that people go to the wrong polling station, and then you tell them, "Hey, you can't vote here. You got to go to this location." But I never saw individuals wanting to cast ballots in Chicago without identification. And when I lived in California, I voted for Roseanne Barr for the Green Party versus Barack Hussein Obama, and I didn't need an ID or anything. It's just an absentee ballot that doesn't count unless there's like a runoff or something. So that was my experience.
Are you saying Illinois has where you have to vote in your county? You can't vote anywhere in the state. You have to specifically vote
Correct.
in your polling district in
Correct.
Illinois?
Correct. It's on your
It's
card.
not that way anymore.
Yeah, it's on your card that you get after you register that tells you the precincts, the polling number, and where you're supposed to vote.
We can vote anywhere, but I know in Texas you have to go to your polling station. The other thing that we're trying to push is using the jury role. When you register to get your driver's license, you go into the jury pools, and when you get called on jury duty, whether you go or you don't, you have to sign another affidavit that you're a U.S. citizen. So it's another way to cross-check the list. So people have affirmed 2 times that they're U.S. citizens. There's different ways to try to check for citizenship or to get that affirmation. But I was trying to. Who remembers that? Is David still here? No, he left. Now give it to David. Wasn't it really close when Murphy ran in Jersey?
Yeah, it was 200.
Right. So those are significant votes.
Yeah, I agree. For sure. I mean, we're looking at we were friends with him, and he was like my family is friends with the campaign, so like we're monitoring it very closely, and there's like he's got a chance. I mean, and then of course during election day, it's like I guess not, but leading up to it, we thought there was a chance for sure. And who knows what happens, and if there's hijinks, there could have been hijinks. I don't know.
I posted an article about a recent ruling in D.C. Appeals Court about Trump had said that all these states that are doing mail-in ballots have to hand over their voter list and also barcode the mail-in ballots. It was challenged by the NAACP and they lost. So now I think this has gone under the radar. It's not really getting discussed a lot on mainstream media. I think this is huge news, requiring the states that are going to do mail-in ballots to have to give the list over of who will be getting one, plus the barcodes on the ballots. Have you heard about this? It's the last link I posted up there. Trump admin wins huge court battle for mail ballot.
have some huge breaking news right now. We have some big news right now. We have some terrible breaking news coming up.
Well, I can see there's a little lull in the President Trump house, so I just want to say that we're living under a structurally white racist society, obviously, and I did my part today to help reverse the structural white racism so I could help Bima in her goal to defeat structural white racism once and for all. And I listened to a politically correct ban. He talked to a African American Trump supporter in Texas, and he absolutely harassed and harangued, cross-examined, and abused this African American conservative Republican black man who also probably believes in structural white racism, the establishment, as he put it. And I just want to thank Bima and Beaver. Congratulations on your engagement. I'm looking forward to the wedding this autumn. I'm so excited to be there, and Dr. Adams is going to be your ring bearer and flower child. It's so exciting, and Marshall Rankin is going to officiate, and I just hope you can get him to take a bath beforehand, maybe spray him down with some French cologne, so you guys can breathe at the altar. Breathe, because anyways.
No, that's enough. Not Marshall is the gentleman of Clubhouse. You don't do that to Marshall.
Well, that's why he's officiating. Oh, hey, Marshall, speak of the devil, and the cheetah will arrive.
Marshall is the gentleman of Clubhouse.
But what? Everything else was true?
I'm reading this, guys. She's running for Congress. It's not a state house. The woman that was in there. If that's the person, Beaver, that you put in the chat.
I'm sure that's her. I mean,
Yeah, Marshall, were you in that room at all? The woman running for Congress in Texas. Alexandra Butler, Republican for Congress.
Marshall works for Monica De La Cruz.
Texas District 9, but is that the different person?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll look it up. I just figured there's no way he'd get somebody running for U.S. to see. I thought he had to be a state person.
Like the last Washington Post polling data shows that the Dems only lead by 3 points in a generic poll. So I mean, the Republicans could hold on to the House and obviously the Senate. So I wouldn't be worried at this point, but there's still plenty of time left.
It's near Houston, the area, I think.
You have the U.S. House District Houston, represented by Al Green, Texas 9.
So she's running for Al Green's seat? Wow.
Yes, no. Wait, Al Green is
That's who was in the room?
Al Green is like the crazy guy, right?
Yeah, he is insane. Wait, Beaver, that's who was in the room?
No, I think it was Alexandria Butler running for Texas House Representatives District 146.
Texas House Representative 132.
See, look at this, Marshall. Look at the name. The name pops up as someone running for Congress. Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
Well, is anyone else super excited that the Saudis are going to begin enriching uranium to build thermonuclear warheads? I'm like super proud of those Saudis. Very excited about the prospects of creating more nuclear weapons in the Middle East. It's such an exciting time that we live in.
What do you mean more? There is none.
No, that's not true. Actually, the United States of America has a massive weapons of mass destruction stockpile in Oman. Chemical, biological, nuclear, I don't know if you know about that, but it's one of the largest weapon depots that the United States military has. It's in the country of Oman. Oh, man.
So she ran, but prior for that seat, but now she's running for the House, the Texas House.
How did she get smoked in the first one?
Well, don't the Republicans have like a super majority in the Texas State House anyway? So does it matter? I don't know.
Abby, I'm getting all of my accessories for my horse, and this horse, the brush kit, one of the brush kits, the grooming kits, it's called Abby. It's funny. I know, Abby. Do you have a name for the horse? Yeah.
Name one on Beaver, believe it or not.
Beaver, like Justin Bieber?
No, Beaver, like my name, Beaver.
Are you ready?
I got a question. Tiger is calling.
You promised me that you would.
Tiger is calling me a retard in the chat, and I hear Tiger in Gary Bumgarden's newsroom all the time, and
Tiger's right.
yeah, Tiger is like a super academic, intellectual Chinese, agent sent here to demoralize America. Isn't that right, little Tiger? Oh, y'all get it.
I got my horse. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So, I'm so excited. His grandsire is some beach somewhere. So he has the fastest standardbred mile on record. There was a whole documentary made about him. His father also made the Hall of Fame, but he made like $3 million in prizes. But he's not so. I guess he's not so fast. He's very laid back, like lackadaisical. But he likes dogs, but he's not fast. And so the horse, I guess the barn that has it, they race horses. So they have all, like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars with the horses. And so they said that they wanted to race them. That he was really sweet, and they offered a price that was way out of budget. And I saw him on our local, he's not close to Blue Chip Farms. So there's a lot of racing, big names that come through. And so I was just on one of the pages. It's like a local horse selling, like horse business. And I saw him, and he was just so beautiful. So we messaged her, we started talking to her, and then she told us his price. And it's way too expensive for us. We can't. We're not trying to do anything with it. We just want to, play horses in our backyard, basically. Me and my sister did it. So this one,
Hide your cats. Hide your cats.
We love him so much. He's such a sweetheart. Just tell us what we're going to work with. That's basically how we live.
That's how we know. Bro, by the time we done, you like, bro, this nigga stupid. He ain't recognize this shit, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, if somebody gives you drugs right now, puts crack in your house to kill your own child, you're not about to do that shit, bro. They gonna put Hitler butter on it.
1 second, because I wanted to say, based on what a couple of people are disrespectful, but if you take it as disrespect, that's a personal problem, I'm sorry. But the way that Black Americans speak about certain things, you are not Black American and like foundational Black American. I don't think that you should be talking about how Black Americans think, because even if you are Caribbean or African American, you are not, the upbringing is not the same. So please, 1 second, don't do that.
It's not. And if you think it is, then that's your own level of ignorance that you are not addressing. And that's okay in other, in other spaces.
What if you're white and you got a doctorate in black criminology?
1 second. Wait a minute. I wasn't finished. But, yeah, Alistair, I don't even know who you are. I never met you before. Most of the people out here, I've never met him. So, like,
his name says it all. If you know Alistair Crowley, the person, his name says it all.
Okay, then I'm gonna let you stay there for a second. But if you do choose to be obtuse about the way Black Americans have been treated systematically for centuries, then I don't think that you should be talking on this stage.
Yeah.
Like, you can go somewhere else and hate on us. Other than that, mind yours. Mind your own lovely household.
Right. Hey, Cass, I just want to let you know, bro. You gotta, don't be tread lightly, bro. I'm just saying, like, some people say that, right? I dated
a girl from Devon, Pennsylvania.
You date women?
Her family has some horses, and they're very nice horses. The value was.
Have you gone to the horse show? Did you go to Devon?
Yeah, I went for 1 year with her family. Yeah, back when I was senior.
You ever date a girl uglier than a horse with a face uglier than a horse?
David, have you ever gone to Kennett Square to hence why am I blanking on the name of that center? It's the
Equestrian Center.
It's where Barbara went after Barbara had the accident. And they tried to they put all the pins in it. Center. It's the big equine. I think it's the most famous in the country.
It does ring a bell. No, I don't think I've been there. No. I used to spend a lot of time in the Villanova, Gladwin, Marion area.
All the way out. No, Kennett Square is all the way out.
Is it like King of Prussia area?
No. But the equine center is like the big vet treatment for horses, and they have. When Barbara was there, they had swimming pools when they rehab the horses. They into a pool to that. There's something about them working their legs in water that heals them. It's a pretty cool place.
Did they learn
that? Yeah, definitely never been there. But, spent a lot of time in the mainland area. Only been to the Devon horse show once. And I only dated one girl that had horses, and she was from Devon.
Did you ever notice a thing about women that have horses? Like, their ADHD is really high, and so they get a horse to try to calm them down therapeutically, but then they spend all their time with the horses, and then they never develop a career, and all they do is spend time working with horses, and that ends up becoming their fake career. But they're still hot, but they're also not very nice or pleasant. They're very poor, and they have bad ADHD, and they're just always working with horses.
Well, my girlfriend wasn't poor. She was very good looking, and she was fine, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I was thinking about one of these crazy horse girls that I took out on a date that, just always working with horses, could never pin down a job.
Maybe the people you were associating with are a lot different than the people I was associating with.
I agree. With all due respect, I do agree. But since we're on the topic of horses, I'm just wondering, when a man or a woman is united with a horse and they're galloping on through the field and they're one with the horse, is that a centaur?
I got a question for you. Is there a lot of structural white racism within horse breeding, the horse breeding culture, and horse racing?
Interesting.
If they're not Arab and not white, I don't really see a lot of diversity.
Well, I was dating this extremely hot, rich young woman, beautiful, beautiful woman. Her father worked in the oil industry in Texas and Houston, and they were exceedingly rich, far beyond the structural class of David and his little Chinese toy company. We're talking about oil billionaires, not Chinese toy import manufacturers like David and his pathetic little insignificant family. What I'm trying to say is that this woman also loved horses. And I have noticed that within the horse community, there is segregation and racism against African Americans that actually are affluent enough to purchase horses and to play with horses all day. And I think it's interesting that Bima, though she wants to correct and stamp out and forever eliminate this white Caucasian structural racism, she's participating in an economy that clearly is discriminating against African Americans who can't afford horses or even ride a horse to work. If you live in, say, a suburb and you want to ride your horse to Chicago downtown, well, that should be your right. We have parking garages, but we don't have stables anymore. And I think that that's indicative of the structural white racist society. And Bima, I'm glad to see that you're spending all your time with a horse instead of going to the gym where you belong. I am complete.
Racist shit. Like, that is the racist ass shit that I'm talking about. And I know you're joking about it, but it's just so sad. The best trainers, the best like natural trainers that I follow on TikTok, horse trainers, they're all Black Americans. Okay, they're Black Americans. They're the real ones. I was going to say on the Kentucky Derby, American Pharaoh was owned by an Egyptian Orthodox Jewish family. And yeah, and America. Do you remember American Pharaoh? That horse. They had to set up what do you call it, like Winnebagos, like trailers to live in, because they were keeping the Sabbath. That was a whole issue because of when the race was. This was on Saturday.
Well, shalom.
Yeah, I forget the name of the family.
Well, Bima, are you aware of redlining in the horse racing industry? Because this very hot chick who ultimately dumped me because I got rid of my dog that I was not, couldn't really take care of that well. Biggest mistake of my life.
Got rid of your dog?
Yeah, unfortunately, I had a habit.
Rid of their dog.
Well, hold on. Oh my God. Are you guys gonna break up with me and kick me from the room too? I've already suffered enough.
Who gets rid of their dog?
I gave the dog to a great family. The dog was a Havishire. It wouldn't shut up. Why do men divorce their wives that won't shut up? It's because they won't shut up. I'm speaking.
That depends on the case.
Peter, what do you know? You're an expat. You don't even live in Iran anymore. I've seen videos of Iran. It's so nice. The malls, the women walking around without the hijab, they're so beautiful. I don't believe the lies anymore about Iran. Iran looks like a beautiful country with beautiful women walking around free, single, just looking for bald-headed Ashkenazi, white, Caucasian Americans. I'm ready to go. Anyways, what else?
Do you know why that smart woman broke up with you?
Because I abandoned my dog.
Because she knew that you would just abandon her the same.
Oh, not her. But anyways,
no, it's what would happen. Yeah, a man that would be so strict is you a live life.
I would never abandon my dog. That's
That's
terrible.
just incredible. Right? Thank you, David.
I think that's a very shocking statement I overheard on Clubhouse. Abandoning your dog.
Yeah, we should call.
Now I know it's a.
Responsible. We should probably congratulate him.
Listen, I've also abandoned a bunny that I bought, a beautiful long-haired Turkish bunny. But see, I didn't just abandon these pets in the street. I put them on Pet Finder and eBay Classifieds and found them quality families that could take better care of the dog as I was suffering and not taking care of myself the way that I should have been. Instead, I was acting like a mother to a baby all day long. And eventually I had my breaking point and I had to do the responsible thing and give the puppy away. But in the process, I lost the most beautiful, rich woman I've ever dated. I mean, what the heaven?
Yes. What's that?
Well, I don't know, David. You're always bringing up, class and stratosphere and your cool network for your pathetic Chinese toy import company and all your cool business meetings at the hockey games. And so I just thought I'd, tickle your feather a little bit. Hello?
Just because my ex-girlfriend had a horse doesn't mean she's like super wealthy. I mean, her parents' house did have a name, but
Most of them do out that way. There are old estates out there, and people from that area, usually it's a lot of DAR, a lot of blue blood that live around town.
yeah, I'm not gonna say the name of the house because I don't want to dox. But yeah, her house did have a name, or her parents' house, I should say.
What's DAR?
DAR. I can't believe you don't know what that means.
What's the acronym for? I don't know.
Daughters of the American Revolution. The old.
The legacy.
Flag.
Basically, like they're all CIA, tax parasites sucking our economy dry.
No. Have you been to Washington, John? Have you ever gone to DC?
Yeah.
There's a DAR.
I don't think he's allowed. I think there's a word.
There's an auditorium. It's like an event center, like a theater.
Got it. The last time I was in DC, I was doing a contracting class on behalf of the Treasury Department. And oh my God, there were these Palestinians in there working for an NGO, and they were ready to submit these.
And what did you do about it?
Oh, I brought this really hot Bosnian chick from Chicago with me, and we were very romantic in Chicago. We got to DC, she didn't even want to touch me. And I was like, what happened? And in my book, being hot is just as good as being rich. Well, we've got a real man on stage. 20 minutes about any topic in the world, doesn't matter what it is. He's the king of chillism. And I just want to say, Brad, have you ever dated a crazy white woman who loves her horses?
That sounds like a question, Steven. Hey, Chicago, how you doing, babe?
Hey, Jacob, how you doing, man? Let's go to Lakeview and get a beer.
What are you doing over here? Hey, what are you doing?
Forget about it. They kicked me. Why did they kick me?
He left you.
David.
He's back.
David, what's up?
Oh, David. Okay. Sorry. Hey, Crazy Dave.
I don't know how he has all this strength. The way
I don't think that he's saying, I don't know how this happened, but he popped up on my TikTok feed. This guy sits here every day, for hours. He sits there with all of these phones, and I don't know what that.
You mean the guy from the north side?
Yeah, he ran for Congress, didn't he?
I know. Is he still here?
Does anybody know if it's was it a traumatic brain injury or
hold on. Is he still here?
No, he's not.
I want to talk free. Good. So,
he could be the pain on just
this guy used to actually doctor me years ago. And I was like, you know what, whatever. He had, I don't know, again, he's not here, right? Just to be honest with you.
Don't say anything because we don't know who Anon is, and it's likely him.
Well,
he always comes in with multiple accounts. Just don't do it.
But whatever. But I did stay in the north side of Chicago where he stayed apparently. I didn't get his address. But it told me pretty quickly he was like half a mile from the street from me. And, blah, blah, blah. But he had like 5, 6, 7 different Facebook accounts. trying to run for Congress or whatever the hell. Up in the lake there. He would do yoga and show it on his Facebook how to do yoga as a man. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Stretching and breathing.
Feels like he's the type of person like shoot you in the head.
Projection says what?
Peter, what's your...
Is he high or is he straight?
No, I don't think it's high, man. Because if you look him up, because he puts a tremendous amount of... I'm kind of smart. He puts a tremendous, I call it online presence or footprint for you to see. So the more you form your own opinion, but it's definitely something that I'm not comfortable with being acquainted with something like that.
I had to boot him again just now.
This is so
You see him, boot him.
But
Just playing with us, or he's completely himself is also involved in the blaming. I mean, either he's crazy or he's playing with
he's
us.
got like 7 different Facebook accounts. Like, I don't know either, But he's like, well, but he's cool. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to be mean. Okay. I like him in person.
They're roasting me in the President Trump room.
He's excited. I'm just being clear.
Hello? Yasmin, why are you messaging me on WhatsApp saying I got the wrong number? What the fuck?
I mean, society does a lot of people. But it's how you react.
You're like screenshotting me eating a popsicle?
If somebody calls you fat your entire life, and then it's not getting to that crap.
No, I love it. Sometimes when I'm bored, I go watch him live stream people on Clubhouse. It's the funniest thing.
I understand you because
He live streams them on TikTok. It's the funniest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, you better never have live streamed me, bro.
what if I did? What do you mean?
John has a beer belly and has a big cock, Captain.
Yeah, we got a lot of tea. We're high tea. We last a long time in bed. We go multiple rounds.
Yeah, I don't doubt fucking you is a great fuck.
Woo!
You're crazy. I can tell you're a good fuck. Crazy.
Oh!
One of my life.
Meow!
He could be a congressperson. He could be the first lady.
I think you're too much of a headache afterwards. It's not worth it.
John, you already have her nudes, so you're all good. So
Whoa.
It's true.
Listen, if you want my nudes, I'll just send them to you. Okay.
wait, does Baba have your nudes?
You could also just go to a delicatessen and get a Reuben sandwich. I'd rather have the Reuben, personally.
Is it an itty or an abby?
Thanks.
Don't shame a meaty vag. There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
don't have a meaty badge.
Listen, Yasmin is hot. There's just no doubt about it. Like, she's hot.
It's like, it just isn't, so it's not really offensive. I actually have a very small vagina.
She's a MILF, but I bet when she was 19, she was like a rock star. Weren't you just like the hottest thing? Because I've seen that photo of her.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But for one of my age, I still look far better.
I don't
So
doubt
I'm doing
it.
okay.
I don't doubt it. But do you think Clown House has aged you?
No, I think it's pushed me to not age. It's actually freaked me out to the point where it's pushed me into like, I can't work out this week because I broke my toenail, but I'm so scared of becoming like the people on here.
Yeah.
And it pushed me to start working out again, and last year I started like really getting into it. I lost over 30 pounds. I got like way in shape. And it's honestly because I didn't want to, it was Clubhouse. It freaked me out.
Has Bow aged you?
He has scared me that I don't ever want to be like that yet.
Hey, David, I have a question. Why do
It has motivated me.
in rooms? What have I done to you? Can we squash this beef?
What do you mean? I have nothing against you.
But sometimes I try to talk to you in rooms and you don't acknowledge me.
Well, I'm busy.
respectfully.
But you're like the tie-in that I have to the room, so you need to, like, in those situations, you need to introduce me to everybody else, you know what I mean?
We'll make to send you nudes. You could just ask Edmund.
I didn't save them. I didn't save them.
Yeah, I know, but you want me to do it. That's why you're saying it, so I sent you something.
Wait, how come Bow Wow is running into news?
Just ask.
Yeah, I was reverse psychologizing so I could get more new fresh photos. Thanks, babes. What's happening?
Bow Wow first.
Bow Wow! No, Bow Wow could never see my body. He just never had my consent to do that.
Sahi, welcome to the stage. You just missed the fun. We were discussing nudies.
I don't like the orange bar on the bottom. Don't tempt me to review my address.
Well, that's okay.
Could I please have Maud? Why am I down here with David and Edmund?
True.
Someone thought it. You should reflect on that and see what qualities you three have in common.
I just want to comment on large vaginas that it's true if your vagina is enlarged, but just through natural processes, not through egregious sexual behavior.
You want to see my pussy?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, God. Wow. I mean, there, check your DMs. You tell me.
Damn! David's like getting so excited right now. Oh my God, y'all. Baby doll. Baby girl. Oh my God.
Okay.
Ooh! I'll be right back. I gotta go run to the bathroom.
Give it a little kiss.
Bathroom.
Making my pussy tingle just hearing you. Start touching myself.
Oh my God, my YouTube live is exploding. Our numbers are growing. Is there like a social audio version of Clown House but like for dirty talk? Oh, that's true. I forgot. There's porn.
Send it to me too, then. Fuck it. Why not? Wait, what is the birth live?
Oh my God, Yael. Holy cow, that lingerie is hot.
Look at this one. Don't my tits look good there?
Oh my God, they do. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Baby doll, baby girl.
It's the most action John's gotten in a little bit.
There you go.
I'm ready to delete my hinge and just go to sleep forever with your nudies.
Perfect.
Don't do that, man. She's gonna get fucking freaked out.
No, I'm not. I like it. It's turning me on, actually. I've always found it kind of sexy. Crazy, but...
Your tits are huge.
Yeah.
Don't you like porn chicks? Porn chicks are amazing.
Wait, why did you delete the other photo?
I don't know. Do you like that one too? I can send it again.
Yeah, send it again.
Okay.
Damn, girl. I bet those whales were jumping out of the water just to get a sneak peek of those titties. Don't worry, Michael. I'm screenshotting everything to send you later in the DMs.
She told you you don't have consent to do that.
How does it feel that you have to get them secondhand? Where's the sense of pride? It's hard. Does it embarrass you at all that you have to get it through, like...
Michael, this is all part of the game.
They make you embarrassed. Just feel like if I was a man, I wouldn't want to look at nudes that some girl didn't send to me because it would feel like looking at something 100 other dudes are, and then it's a little bit gay.
I mean, you're essentially just pretty much a
They're all masturbating over the same thing together. There's a little bit of a homoerotic too. Like, don't really, but whatever. There it is.
fact that he got through second hand, like, just shows how he doesn't desire you at all. Like, there's like, you want to be desired, Michael? What is this? What are you talking about? I would honestly never have sex for the rest of my life and never have sex with Michael.
Damn. What if you were on island and everybody in the whole world? Well, don't feel dismayed, Bow Wow. This is all part of like her.
Because he really does remind me of one of my brothers. So when he's sexual, he's just revolting to me. Well, incest is a thing.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So wait, are these photos post 30 pounds lost, or is this pre 30 pounds?
Last week.
Oh damn. Well, send me more.
Yeah, honestly, you used to say all you do is sit on here all day, and I was like, you know what? Like, he is a troll, but he's fucking right. I don't want to be like that.
It really must sting.
I like had a weird moment. I was like, I can't be like that.
You started sweating again.
Yeah.
Hey, Billy. We're talking about Yasmin's enlarged vagina. What's new with you?
What's new with you, Big Billy?
Why does Billy have such a close relationship with Cha-Cha?
Cha-Cha? No, he's obsessed with me.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a sexy little Indian boy. What do you mean?
I think that the remote
not just
control
is
crucial at this point. Because we need to satisfy the other side. You, not me. You are at the table. I think that the role of the remote editor is also very important in this issue, isn't it?
What's the point of having all the metal on the halters? I'm picking the halter, and I just like the rope halters. Like, why do you gotta have all like the metal piece? It looks just heavy, like on your face. What's the downside to it? I mean, like the upside. Just like no metal.
White people problems.
No, this is natural problems. I picked my color for him. I picked my color.
Like the most white thing I've ever heard you do. I'm impressed, actually.
Your voice is racist.
Don't you ever say that again.
Well, I was dating this really hot chick with a gray that had an Irish wolfhound, and
Why would you do that?
you talking about Jacob? The fucking guy doesn't even live in Chicago.
You said a last name.
Last name?
Dude, do it again, you'll get.
I missed it. I wasn't modded.
Yeah, you were modded.
Oh, I just missed it. I'm glad you.
You're the best, baby.
So my sister has green.
Take your boyfriend to meet the
The video you sent is really hot. Michael, you're gonna wet your pants when you see it. Oh my god, yes.
Why would you want Michael to be involved with this? I thought this was just you and I. I wouldn't share.
Oh, shut up.
I would rather it just be you and I and Michael not come.
Got it. All right. So wait, do you want to see me spread my cheeks, and you want to see my booty hole, or do you want to see my Johnson?
I want to see you. You know.
Well, Yasmin, I'm shooting a video now on WhatsApp to you.
Okay.
I'm about to stand up and pull my pants down so you can see Rabbono Shalom, Hashem's gift to mankind.
I like this book. Did you tell me blocked on Instagram? Block me.
Yasmin, you must have some crazy stories about like your activities on the internet and men contacting you.
Yeah, lots.
What on X? Do you get anything on X, or is that just like?
Mostly just pictures of Anne Frank and like Auschwitz on X.
Wow. Well, I lost my shit one day on somebody on this app because they were talking about Anne Frank's like eye color or something like that, and I was like so angry that I was even sitting here listening to this shit, and I was just like, I went bananas. Hello? Yeah, I think it was Nora, actually. Nora Bandura.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I did hear Buttercup say that she was actually perma-banned from ever going back to Israel. She's like on a Canary database now, and she can't get into Israel. I was like,
Oh, really? She's on Canary Mission?
whoa! Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Let me just go take a look. Oh, how did you hear that?
Yeah, she was screaming at somebody on this app who she was claiming doxed her and got her on the database.
Who doxed her?
I don't know who it was. It could have been Norm, but don't quote me on that. But I think Norm was in it. And I told that woman, Grace, who always says she hates Buttercup.
I think Pearl was crazy. Not Pearl, I was reading her name. You are kind of crazy too, but I do think Grace is like actually.
It takes one to know one.
It does a little bit, but don't you find her strange?
She's strange, for sure.
She's strange. Like, I feel
but she's on her like second husband, living in a multi-million-dollar house, just living her best life. And you know, some people are pretty far out there. And the older you get, the less your brain works. So, you know.
I don't know. She gives me a weird vibe. I feel like she keeps people in her basement.
She's a cantor. Grace is my ex-wife, by the way, Yasmin, so I'm not surprised she didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, I was looking at Canary Mission. Search.
Buttercup alias.
Rachel.
Rachel?
I'm gonna have to look. Is she under the student section or the faculty?
I work in the media. Okay,
got it. I hear you. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
I've been messaging this chick in Tel Aviv. She's like, she's like, were you just in Israel? And I was like, yeah, I changed my geo settings on Hinge. I was just there for 10 minutes swiping right. She's like, it didn't work out, huh? It's like, no, it didn't work out. Want to come to Chicago?
I don't see her on here.
She said she was on there.
Did you look?
I didn't look. I was just happy. I was just happy that she said she can't get back into Israel. I was like, that's great news. We've actually had an impact.
Oh God, that's funny if she is.
I'll say who they should get rid of is that fucking Emrose. Oh man, what a fucking brain rotted out fucking
communist bitch.
Ugh. Yeah. Just like she's like listening to literally like people scratch chalkboards with their nails incessantly. She wins the prize for the most highly annoying person of Clubhouse. even Amir's rooms, the fucking terrorist supporter promoter Jew haters, they can't stand her after a while, even though she is even more hardcore than them. Well, I just want to play my little Chinese flute. This song is dedicated to Yasmin's perfect pussy, and each picture is $10 a pop. Just $10 a picture. We got all the juicy photos. Send more, y'all. We'll send you a royalty.
Buttercup's last name?
Miller.
What is it?
What I'm playing? This girl texted me today. She's like, I would really appreciate it, and I would send you pictures to make it, fair for you. And I saved her in my phone as like Anna hates Trump because like on her Hinge account it was like fuck Donald Trump or something. So I just wrote her back a polite no, but it's pretty ridiculous that these chicks are like texting random guys that they've never even spoken to on the phone asking for money, and like if they actually have any success, like I'd be fucking amazed.
You know what I found out?
What?
Apparently Lolly's given thousands of dollars to Travis.
Who's Lolly?
Lolly?
Yeah. Shocking, right?
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Nudies.
I always thought something was weird about her.
Like suicidal empathy here? Like what the fuck?
I mean, she's got a weird thing, yeah. And she's a strange woman.
I'll give you $5.
Sold to the highest bidder. I like the AI photos of you and Michelle.
Yeah, isn't Michelle great?
Yeah, she's fun. I was in a room with her earlier today or yesterday. It was like a couple of gay guys. I think it was in Gigi's mansion or something like that.
Yeah.
I could only last for like a couple minutes before I had to question why I was continuing to listen to this horrifically gay conversation. And then
You're the one on Anonymous then?
no, I think I was just like in a different account, not Anon at the time. I'm just saying that as soon as I left, Michelle left and like came to my room because she's like, he's right. This is fucking trash. This is fucking stupid.
Wait. Oh, hey. What's it say? Shlomi, like my thing. Shlomi's yachts.
How are your budgies?
They're good. Hot.
You should have an Instagram or a YouTube for them.
I don't have an interest in being a public person.
That's why people do it with their pets.
That's why I stuck on Twitter for as long as I did, because I don't really want to do that.
You said you were going to delete the account. You never deleted it.
I know. I thought I was going to too. But then I remembered that Elon Musk liked my tweets, and I was like, oh, I want to give up that.
retards and then just live stream Clownhouse retards.
Because everyone that's following now that's still even on Twitter will just stop following me because it'll annoy them.
Who cares?
Well, I kind of want to hold on to it.
Got it.
I had it for a long time.
Got it. Boring!
It's just crazy to see him sitting in the office, Donnie. Because it's official.
It's like watching a mentally ill person who doesn't understand the law.
No, you shouldn't see that because he knows he's lying, but it's official. The reason why I put all the flags there at the desk, the emblem, because they're making it official. The genocide is happening, war criminal, their message is becoming stamped with the U.S. emblem.
It got a lot of views, like an insane number of views, like hundreds of millions of views.
Probably a lot of bots. But
Yeah. There's always a lot of bots, but anyways, I didn't even watch it or hear what he said, but I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is shaking in his boots. So it's just clickbait. All it is just publicity for Mamdani.
No, I know nothing's going to come of it, but nothing to BB. But what will happen is it's a open target on Jews in New York. He understands that he can't do shit against BB, but it's going to incite.
Yeah, that's a problem. Well, if anybody hurts somebody, well, it's a hate crime, and it's against the law, but they never charge anybody for a hate crime unless it's white on black.
Have you seen this thing where, like, all these black people are listed as white, as inmates?
Yeah, that's been a thing.
Really?
What the fuck is that? Like, thousands of them.
Laziness, or when they're writing out the documentation.
You don't think that's on purpose?
Could be. Some can be intentional, but I think a lot of it's just like processing.
Was it nationally or just New York?
Nationally, everywhere. It's like kind of a known thing. How many people
are?
This is with the Federal Bureau of Prisons?
Yeah, so it impacts the statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody was
I have to wonder if it's not done on purpose.
Well, you know who we
that white people are superior.
You know who we need to talk to is Pepe. This is like Pepe's, subject matter expertise. Where's Dr. Pepe when you need him? Let's see. Well, I'd be happy to get you a plane ticket, especially after seeing you in that lingerie with that whip. Ow. That one's gonna cost you $20, Bow Wow. That's an exclusive. Thanks, Yasmin. You're the best, babe.
No problem. Why? Why are you being a hater?
I'm not being a hater. That's it.
Not bad.
My ex-fiance, two of my girlfriends had fucking ginormous tits. That's fat ass.
Warning! Free capers on your salad.
I'm hungry.
I have butter chicken today.
I haven't been able to because it's 40 degrees.
Your obsession with like Indian men is so fucking bizarre to me.
She lives in Canada. She's brainwashed to love them.
No, Jasmine, this guy don't know what I'm talking about. I was at a music studio there. They provided food, and they provided Indian food. What's he fucking do, bitch?
Yeah, they sure did.
Good. Hit it, hit.
That's good.
Awesome. Michael, you're just always so negative. Like, I don't know why you can't just be grateful.
Yeah, just be grateful, Michael.
I agree with both of them.
That's why.
Well, because you don't fucking fly. You're slimy. You don't got fly.
Hello?
Yeah, so that's whatever your lawsuit.
He's trying to what?
Just my idea.
Do you really think so, Michaelis?
Hello?
Yeah, what the fuck would I want to fuck you?
Fuck Sierra? Why not?
Yeah, Ellen, you must be really bored. Like, god damn, woman.
It's so fucking boring. So I'm waiting for my license to get back, and I have to do all these modules, and then I can start looking for a job. But honestly, yeah, I'm really fucking bored.
Well, come to Chicago this weekend, and I'll tickle your feather.
I don't want to go to Chicago, but I gotta start working this fall because I gotta lose my fucking mind.
Well,
I can't do it.
what?
How long have you been out of work for?
5 years?
5 years. I don't like working, and I don't need to.
Put this on Fox News.
You weren't even on Pop-Up 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah, she was.
That was, I sold my nursing thing. Anyways, I worked for Chabad actually for 3 years.
Gosh,
so
a
I
lot.
haven't worked as a nurse for 5 years. But I was working at Chabad until Shuggy got me fired.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not joking. He got me fired.
Yeah, you got her fired.
That's awesome.
No, what?
What do you mean? That's a memorable thing. Wait, I see Jacob
When
has...
he gets kicked out of Israel or America and Southwestern Israel.
Hey Jacob, I love the new haircut. I'm in a room with Yasmin. She just sent me some lingerie photos, and they're $10 a piece. I hope you're doing well.
I thought it was really funny because the summer before he had been sending us pictures of some black 21-year-old girl that he'd been hooking up with. And then I saw pictures of the baby, and it was like a little black Shooky baby. And I just thought it was fucking hilarious. And I could not laugh at that. And he got so angry because it's his baby. Because he knows it's his baby.
Oh my god.
And he's in denial about it, yeah. If you saw this baby, it's so funny. It is literally Shooky if he was like biracial and a baby.
So wait, what did he say to the Rebbe? Or the Rebbe?
To the Rebbe, well, he said that I went on the internet exploiting young Arab Muslim men for naked photos of just really dirty stuff. Yeah, it was really embarrassing, the whole thing.
Damn. So you're not welcome at that Chabad anymore, huh?
No, so they knew. So Nahama and Monty, they know it's bullshit, but it's also like these people don't even have social media. Like, they're so sheltered, and it was just such a aggressive, humiliating thing for them, for my family. It's just easier not to. And so they didn't rehire me for my contract. And I'm not going to push it because it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I don't want that for them.
And it's not really a great career choice, you know, to have a contract at
I don't want
Chabad
to I hate working.
serving food. Well, I don't know.
No, I was teaching Hebrew school.
See, people like karma. You know, oh, you're teaching Hebrew school? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well,
it was, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyways, there's just, you know, I hope you get your license back, and but there's so many things you could do. You don't even have to go back into medicine. You could fucking go into private equity, venture capital, financial advisory.
I don't know anything about that stuff, though.
There's nothing to know. You know how to talk.
To be honest, I hate working. But I am bored.
Well, you've boarded Jacob out. Jacob doesn't want to listen to your shit anymore. Yeah, I hear you. You hate men. You hate working. Sounds, you know, like you're going back to the crew. Oh, you don't hate men.
No, I love men.
Yeah, I was talking to you, Jacob. I'm live streaming the large vagina room into your depressed room.
Jacob, maybe if you were in the large vagina room, you wouldn't be in a depressed room.
Yeah, come enlarge your consciousness in a bigger vagina.
Yeah, your clit awaits you.
A big, wet, slimy clit.
Love porn star tits.
Love huge, fake plastic tits that when you fuck her from behind, it looks like she's got bowling balls in her chest.
No, dude, I don't know what it is.
it's just something about it.
So my kids move. I don't know what you're imagining.
Well, whatever.
They move.
Do you know?
I like that style. I don't know why.
No, stop that. I don't like it when you do that. It disgusts me.
Like, I just want to call women a whore because they're just they're so stupid. Because women are so
Watch
stupid.
so much porn and it's so obvious.
It's like,
Watch this like.
See, Bow Wow, I don't know if you know that they've run scientific observational studies on augmented breasts, and they've found that 9 out of 10 men prefer augmented breasts to non-augmented breasts 100% of the time.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's something the brain that
It
lights
is.
up
It's
and
in the
lights
brain, yeah. It's
It's
called
the weirdest thing that my brain. As I got older too, it's even more pronounced as I get older.
What are you talking about?
Before I was.
It's a psychological term called supernormal stimulus. It's on Wikipedia, and they did tests where they've done observational studies on men that do
Super what stimulus?
supernormal. It's like when a new stimulus exceeds the threshold of a previous stimulus.
That's just basic economics, though. The more you use something, the less value it has.
No, it's really more about aesthetic and enlarging, you like hentai porn or something. Yeah. This is John Kitover, Jacob.
Nicholas Tinbergen. It occurs when an animal's innate drive are hacked. For example, a bird will often choose to sit on an oversized bright blue polka dot. Oh, this is so interesting.
It's fascinating.
And the weird thing is, as I got older, I really wasn't too much of a tit guy, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, I'm just so enamored by
tits.
Fucking porn tits. Yeah, dude, I can't explain it. I'm like, God, they're fucking that whore. I just want to fuck the shit out of her. I'm like,
whoa. It's comfortable. Can you stop?
I think it's personally, I think it's kind of gross. Augmented breasts, because that person now has to live with a possible health scare in the future. I was watching the Drewski show, and this big fat Colombian bitch, she's like, my breast is leaking right now, and the bags can leak, and so it's
so that's why you get saline. You have a choice whether you get silicone or saline.
Mm-hmm.
So in the developed world, we
do saline.
For a good surgeons will recommend you go with saline. Should there ever be a tear, at least it's something that's not foreign to your body. It's going to cause an infection and problems, right?
Yep, I understand. But what I'm saying is, when it comes down to preference, a man will always prefer a non-surgically altered augmented woman.
True, Michael's right here saying he prefers them.
No, he hasn't actually been given the
Michael
option.
is literally a man saying he prefers fake tits.
No,
so that's false. What you're saying?
No, I like them. I didn't say.
No, you said you can't get enough of them. You see, you just want to fuck them. All you want is fake tits, right? Listen to him.
Yeah, but doesn't mean
prefers fake tits. There you go.
I mean, it doesn't mean I prefer them.
Yes, it does.
No.
He's just merely expressing.
You already broke your argument.
No, go on, John.
I'm just saying that at the end of the day, I was dating this really hot 27-year-old with fully augmented breasts, and she started working at Hooters last Friday. All I'm trying to say is that she was very hot, but at 27, with her lip injections, her breast augmentation, her vape pen addiction, her 2 cats, and the toxoplasmosis, she had some red flags that outweighed, the awesome tits.
I agree. I'm at the point where I'm dating only based on finance. If you're not in my finance bracket, I'm not interested anymore.
What do you bring to the table?
Anyways, there's a certain type of women in the world that have certain okay. Anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I broke up with her because I took her to my favorite hamburger place, and she's like, I'm not eating here. And so I told my dad, and my dad said she's just too high class for me. And
Bow Wow. She's just out of
have your
$6,000 a month to go to PA school.
Financially, she only dates men that are above your league then.
I agree. I think that she probably does date wealthier men, but at the same time, she's exchanging sex for some financial accompaniment, not even like
Listen,
security.
all men are shit, but not all men are rich. So, choose wisely.
Oh, damn! I'm gonna remember that one.
Is it wrong?
See, that's where it like gets a little interesting with a woman, because on a Friday or a Saturday night, if the Shekhinah is present and there's a bottle of whiskey or a glass of red wine, the money and the economics are transcended by the pleasure of the moment and the experience. So it's, when you say that all men are shit, you're just like an atheist, low IQ cunt. And I'm glad I got your photos, because I've made $2,000 off that pussy.
Relationships, like romance relationships, it's not worth it. The older I get, I just realize that kind of all men are going to be disappointing. There isn't a special one. They're just all disappointing. That's in a personal relationship. Men as friends, I love them. I love men. But in a relationship, so if they're all going to disappoint you, may as well find one that's going to be, worth it.
I get it. You're strictly transactional. You're a sugar baby. That's what you're describing yourself as.
I would rather stay single than date somebody that was a headache. Yeah, I'm perfectly comfortable being on my own.
I think everybody
But
says
if I'm
that.
gonna date somebody, it's gonna be somebody who improves my life.
Well, there's different ways to improve your life. Like the way that I treated this girl until I finally had my breaking moment.
No, dick doesn't do it for me at this point. I'd rather have trips, vacations, new clothes. I would rather have all this than dick. Like,
Yeah, but if you're going on vacations with a guy that you don't even like, you're not attracted
it's
to.
okay. I can learn to like him. I don't like most people.
Well, see, that's the heart of dysfunction, because he's also going to be equally unhappy being with an artificial
He's going to be
flake.
so happy because men are much easier to satisfy and please.
Then what, opposed to women?
Yes. Women are kind of psychotic. Men are much more simple.
Well, what I'm saying is that an authentic, genuine, loving, caring, conscientious... Got kicked from the room. I got kicked from the room, Jacob. Was I boring you? Okay, have a great evening. Take care. I got kicked from that room too. Get kicked from all the rooms. Here we go. We're back.
I'm unloading the driveway.
We're back, bitch.
My hands are busy.
It's the
John Kitover, I think.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We're back,
We'll
bitch.
make it known in the audience. I actually want to ask them a question. Man-hating room by way of the title. Yes, you have a problem? Should get it right.
Wait, so this room is on some man-hating shit. Like what it? How do you know why the sign of boy is better?
They only hate you. No, normal.
How do you walk by the sign of your boy is better?
So now, Tom.
Turn.
Hold on, give me a second. How do you walk by the sign of boy is better?
We're not going to be able to talk to anybody, Shuki.
I'm pro-mutant. How about that? You're bombing. Oh, that's very good. Shuki Airlines offering tonight.
Bye.
Chicken wings. Out of African for $7.
He's just out of control. I love when he gets like this, out of control.
I wanted to talk to him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Room title.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Next time, I'm leaving it to you. But I'm unloading, so I kind of did it like automatic.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, let's do it. All of you are laughing.
I'm laughing, but I wanted to ask him, like, if he came to join in on hating men, or he just wanted to complain.
Next time, I promise.
You know him?
American, and for whatever bizarre reason.
The modern world is destroying the religious visual system, and I'm going to use neuroscience to prove it. I'm also going to give you 3 neural hacks, which you can start doing today to improve your brain's visual focus and attention. You're supposed to blink 15 times per minute. But guess how many times you blink when you're staring at a screen? 5 times per minute. That's alarming, because blinking resets the brain's visual system. Enhance
What's up? I love to say that when somebody calls me white, I'm going, actually.
With all the respect.
With all due respect.
You know who my father is?
That's great.
I know that I have to stop.
Where is that from, Ellie?
It's from David Babadia. He goes, do you know who my father is? And we're like, do you know who your father is?
Wait, are we mad at Brett? Is Brett in the doghouse?
No, I told him to come up and introduce himself, otherwise he was going to get killed.
Brett, who are you?
Today I'm issuing a veto on this bill.
State your name
For
for
too long,
business
this
special
chamber has
security.
borrowed, spent, and piled debt on the backs of the screen. Every dollar you add to that tab is a promise they will have. Oh my God, you don't have to say this.
We're waiting for you to introduce your audience. You took care of you, Brett.
Yeah, because our name is not Rafti, and over here there is no song. And I'm a good Jew, not like you. That's trying to. You're gonna bring this up for another year. You have to do this girl or something like that. Bad Jew. So here's the thing, guys. Oh, you're judgment. So you know you're gonna be serious. You're not lying. Yes, you are. Yeah, everybody knows the Jew is not the liar. I heard your name this morning. You were missing a very important. No. Yesterday he walked in the streets, and I told him that Vietnamese girl. My way. And he said,
It's okay, Shuki asked for my housekeeper also.
exactly. Beautiful. There you go. Melanie is my Meliciosha. How do you say Meliciosha in English?
I don't know.
Well, she is my So he said how much he said you want the product? I have the product. How much you willing to pay? I said, you tell me how much you want. And from there you start to negotiate. It's not that I'm offering. That's stupid. It's not even a businessman. You're never gonna offer before you know what he's asking. If you're gonna offer too much, that's stupid. He's trying to tell me that I need to offer something.
Are you sure you're Jewish? You don't know the art of negotiation?
Exactly. You see?
She's talking to you, Shuki.
No, she's talking to you.
No, I offered you a money back guarantee.
No, I'm talking to you, Brett.
But you
there you go.
No, I like, come on, like it just doesn't make sense. Like,
He asked me.
if you're gonna offer something, what if he offers more than what she was originally expecting?
What if he offered more than I was expecting?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the point.
offer
Exactly.
more than this person was expecting. Why do you come in with an offer and not see what you're expecting first?
Because I told him yesterday, it's supply and demand. I had the supply, he had the demand. I didn't offer him the commodity. He asked for it. So I said, how much you willing to pay? He said, how much you offering it for? I said, what do you mean?
I don't know. This is not Jewish negotiation for me.
It is. This is the thing. Not okay. You didn't get the supply that you needed. I have the supply.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Why did you ask for it? Why did you request it?
Look, Joy,
When you go to the shuk, Brett, do you go to a barkeeper and say, how much do you want for it? Or you say, I'm going to offer you, and you don't even know the price of what it is?
Are you comparing it? I don't care. So,
Jew.
You know what I think we need to name.
And you need to jump.
Okay.
No,
Your G card now? Now you've got a G card. What the fuck?
We sink into you so deep.
What is this, a harem? Are we in a harem here? Should we call it Shuki's Harem House? Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Why are you...
What is harem?
Don't curse. And why are you getting so defensive and mad?
Yeah.
I'm laughing my head off.
Don't you know that baseless hatred is the reason why we don't have the temple?
That's correct. We're supposed to have base hatred, correct?
Yeah.
Guys, you're using your G card. You're using your G card. You're sinking to Shuki here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. I'll wait till he comes back.
Don't say that.
Don't waste my insults.
I'm really angry.
Oh, come on. Are you serious? You obviously know the Israelis. You know who makes the worst Holocaust jokes in the world and Jew jokes in Israelis? Come on, okay, whatever. I'll shut up.
We should be making Holocaust jokes in honor of Tisha B'Av. I always forget how sad I go.
What do you forget?
I'm glad someone else. This is why I asked you.
I always forget.
How many times does aspartame is bad for you? It's horrible for you.
It's one of the most fucking studied fucking like research chemicals that's out there. Okay, so no, you don't. All right, you have to drink literally an entire.
That's why all the young and dumb shoot up fucking CEOs of health insurance companies. Cause you niggas are drinking too much.
I'm so in no more. I'm so in. Fucking annoying. True is true.
I can hear you. This is why my first question was, is he fat bitch?
Yeah,
because it's synonymous with the delusion behind fat bitches that keep chugging Diet Coke and still remain fat bitches. So, I mean, if you want to continue to live in that delusion, then that's fine. But there's no medical science. He said that Diet Coke contributes to weight loss.
I said
that.
Yes, I said the mic again.
So why is it like the
everybody else? Shut the fuck up. You have to let Kevin say something. Yeah.
So you might not like it, but in research where they assign different drinks to different people, yes, the diet.
Losing weight is not equivalent. You're doing something healthy for yourself. It's called malnutrition.
Fantastic. That's amazing. Thank you.
Like, why are you gonna let this fucking weird little ass job?
Fucking hell, I swear to God. The doctor said that the upper limit to which there might start being issues is 40 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. If you do this math, that means that you'd have to drink about 17 cans a day in order to even get close to what the research says might be a problem.
Okay, well, here's
how many 2 liters?
Okay, now I get to talk. No, now I get to talk. Alright, so the fact of the matter is, dude, I
breaking down things on Clubhouse because you know what, the hardest class I had outside of the deficiency language aptitude and battery test that I took was business analytics, and it's all these other fucking factors out there that involve that have an effect on math, basically. So whenever you Democrats like spew your statistics and this, that, or any Republican, doesn't matter, bro.
Statistics
Like,
are
statistics are
Democrats.
fucking bullshit, bro. I'm never gonna buy into that. It's ever changing and especially nowadays, like even by the fucking microsecond, probably, right?
Your party is made up of socialists and Marxists.
Okay,
Wake the
it's
fuck
so
up.
dumb. Like, I'm not gonna sit here. Yeah.
Wait, can I say one more
It's so
thing?
dumb.
Yeah, say
Yeah,
one
and
more
then
because
end
you're
the
gonna get me
fucking
this
Diet
time.
Coke conversation, and then we coexist. Okay? Thank you.
He's about to deliver the fatal dunk after decades of research, which shows that it is actually safe. She's about to share the final piece of information.
Brock, why is he not letting me talk, Brock? Thank you. So if you see, I put 2 links in the chat. Click on the last one first. This is from the American Institute for Cancer Research, June 11, 2014. In a short but controlled trial of beverages and weight loss, diet soda linked to slightly greater loss compared to other beverages, right? Hold on. Now click the second link I put, which is from Harvard Health. And it was done March 22nd, 2021. So a more recent study. It says 0 weight loss from 0-calorie drinks. Say it ain't so. Right? It says that you're trying to cut back on calories by making a switch from regular soda to diet soda, right? Research suggests that none of these choices may help with weight loss, right? This is from Harvard Health, and it's a more recent study than the one that shows that you do lose weight from drinking diet soda.
Cutting calories.
How do we know any of this shit is true? Diet soda drinking ass believes, okay? And I don't believe it. And you know what? The first one with the cancer shit, they want you to drink aspartame because you're gonna get cancer. And guess who's gonna make money? Guess who's gonna make money?
Get cancer is correct. They can make crap. They can make money.
You guys are so dumb. How are you living your lives at this point and not realizing what's going on?
Yeah, man, they're trying to get you cancer with diet soda so they can sell you chemo. Yeah.
They don't want so many people on the earth. They just want you dead.
Yeah.
They said it over and over.
Why do you think
Wait, do we all agree that diet soda?
No more white cane sugar, no more aspartame, no more agave.
Yeah.
Your liver can only process real sugar, not artificial. Not artificial.
No, it's right now. How do you have any trust?
Trust.
No, it didn't come from Fauci's lab. Just like Ukraine, he was keeping all those labs close to Russia.
Yeah.
And he was like, yo, back off, bitch. Stop with the labs over there. Fuck boys. And they were like, no, we're gonna spread AIDS. We're gonna make it airborne.
Not the AIDS.
Yeah, look it up. Ukraine is fighting the HIV outbreak at the same time.
Warfare. Yeah.
Jazzy, can I ask you a question?
If you want.
Can you just tell me, just define what random assignment is in the context of a research study and tell me what the purpose of it is?
Here we go.
Wait, no, Jazzy, I want to hear us. Just answer.
Yeah, no, it's fine. She likes to keep a shit perspective.
Okay. I'm gonna flip right on the
You don't have to define basic research.
Well, I know them. I don't think you do.
Okay, and what is the purpose of random assignment?
The red bars is down at Louisiana.
Can you just tell me before you Google it?
I'm not Googling, I'm flipping cabbage. The thing is, Evan, I'll tell you when you stop drinking diet soda.
Okay, so
You can make that commitment.
cutting hair, I think. You beat me
What
cutting
do
hair.
you do for work? Hold on, what do you do for work?
I do data analysis.
So, I need to know about research. I never analyze what smart people do.
I'm literally on it.
I'm literally
Jesse, you know what an institutional review is?
Oh my God, it's your feelings hurt, bro. Stop.
Just tell me. Just tell me what it is. So yes, I do.
You know we do research with this calculation too, right? How are you gonna tell me what I do?
Joe, we don't know.
How are you gonna tell me what I do?
Uneducated, silly women don't know shit. Crap.
Kevin, I'm just asking you, like, can you just take your foot off the gas a little bit?
Yeah, can you take your heart out your ass? It's hurt right now.
However you want to say it, just
He's hurt.
I get that.
I'm sorry, you don't understand research.
He's a guy that's so yes. I understand Harvard Health said they're lucky diet soda don't help you lose weight like you said. Yo, guys,
Do you think that we just...
do you think at all or do you just talk?
Why are you...
Do you think or do you just talk?
really unable to let me talk?
I don't want you to talk. You're right. I do not want to hear your mouth.
Not saying I say your name, like your brain is literally too small.
Whatever you say, Evan, you got it, bro. Got it, bro. What?
Buddy, not your bro.
You didn't call the N-word.
Yeah, not the N-word. I get to say it now.
No,
Say it.
No,
Go ahead. Say it. Go for it.
No, it's not a joke. Say it.
I don't say that. I don't say that.
Say it.
I'm not saying it.
You got everything you want to call that nigga?
Kevin is a liberal. He doesn't say.
Nigga?
If I say that word, I will spontaneously combust.
Yo, but Jazzy and Kevin have some things in common, right?
So Stan, motherfucker.
Yeah, we both have a nice sized portfolio put up.
Oh, fine.
That's about it. You guys are more in common than you know.
Oh, we both
You don't
have
think?
friends.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think
so. Actually, I think I have less in common with you.
Oh, really?
Besides the fact that we both spend too
Okay,
much time on the side.
can I put you under a line of questioning?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yes, I'm bored.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. I don't have anything prepared for you, Kevin.
Ask him, right? Who's that?
Dutchy, hi. I haven't said it yet. I just want to say this has been a very entertaining conversation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, welcome to the
I didn't mean to call him the N-word.
Yeah, you should apologize.
I'm sorry for calling you what you are.
Oh, we like Gary. So Gary plays trombone. Gary's very smart.
I love this. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you drink Diet Coke? Gary.
Who gives a shit? Dude, me and Gary we were live on TikTok, dude. Like, I saw this, like, friend request. I was like, dude, that's that guy from...
Yeah, I did a concert on TikTok and Brock came to my...
Yeah, and then there's, like, you got hijacked by, like, somebody from another country or something, right?
Yeah, but how much do you weigh?
Hey, people are asking to come up. People want to come up. Progressive Liberal wants to come up.
Oh, gosh.
Othello wants to come up.
We can try him out.
You can make a Bow Wow a moderator. He'll be fun.
No. Armstrong. Oh God, we got all kinds of hand waivers. Okay, the time, folks. Who was first? Progressive was first. Well, Viviana, you came in the room first. Okay, well, we'll invite Progressive because he's gonna help follow back. Progressive, what's up?
hey, this is progressive, and I gave him $10.
Wow. Did a lot more than kiss. Did a lot more.
It's true. He diddled my booty hole. Bow wow.
No, tell his girlfriend.
Also, everybody, I've got great news. I do have photos of Yasmin's pussy, her tits. They are $10 a piece. Hit me up in the DMs for the cat. Hello?
He said he has pictures of yes.
Yeah, he says it in every room. It's okay.
The other day, I got jump scared by John because I was on YouTube.
Yeah, he'll be alright. I thought he was serious. Yeah, I'm not joking.
Oh, he's not.
I mean, if there's a special request like kick Kitover, like I might accept it. But yeah, I don't think the man's done anything. He's trying to play by the rules. We'll see. But come back up, Progressive.
Come back.
Let's see.
How are your legal troubles going?
Well, I actually
Is
just.
that John Kitover?
Yes, this is progressive liberal. Listen, Jazzy here walks around with a photo of me in my underpants.
You don't have sex. They're fucking up with me.
Ooh.